So the application in front of members today is 36 Amwell Road. The proposed...
Amy, just put the microphone slightly closer to you so it sort of project into the microphone so we can all hear. Thanks.
So the application in front of members today is at 36 Amwell Road. The proposal is for the demolition of an existing bungalow with the erection of three two-bedroom terrace dwellings. So just for some site context, the site is located on Amwell Road. The site faces into a close type of arrangement. To the north of the site is the wider road. Immediately north of the site are gardens of the rear neighbouring properties and a small parking area. To the rear of the site is the larger parking area off of Armitage Close. The southern elevation of the site is bordered by the rear garden of number 34. The site is in flood zone 1 and there are no other known land designations that impact this site. Just a brief planning history. So in 2018, a permission for 6 back-to-back houses was refused planning permission due to the proposed dominance and bulk the scheme would present. In May 2019, an application was approved for a reduced scheme. This was approved at committee. However, due to COVID constraints, the applicant did not implement the permission and the time limit has lapsed on this permission. Therefore, the application that is in front of you today is essentially for a similar application that was previously approved, just with very minor differences. So the existing site, just for context, is an empty bungalow that isn't in use, which benefits from a single garage to the southeast of the site. The site plan in front of you shows what was previously approved, which has lapsed, so the applicant cannot implement this permission, and what is being proposed today. As you can see, the layout is very similar. On the previous committee that this application was brought to on the 6th of March, the item was deferred due to the width of access points and also lack of cycle parking. So the applicant has widened the access point to the rear, this footpath, to allow for bins to be wheeled in and out of the rear gardens. And that one, and then on the ground floor, just for some context on how the internal arrangements will be, they have opted for a more open plan living area which can lead straight to the kitchen, as well as the garage, which is now being used as a communal area for all of the occupants of these dwellings for cycle storage rather than for car parking. On the first floor, we see the omission of a bathroom and the replacement of a study in all of the 3 dwellings. And then at second floor, we see that part of bedroom 2 has now been converted into a shower room with a small dressing type area to the front. The front elevation shows limited changes. We see the additions of smaller roof lights, and each dwelling will now benefit from 1 additional roof light just to reflect internal changes, while the porches over the front access to the dwellings is now only over the front doors, when before it encompassed the side window. Nothing has changed on the southeast elevation, just thought I'd include it for completeness. It's exactly the same as the northeast and for the rear. So character and design, the dormers to the rear remain. Officers consider that although these elements aren't observed in the wider context of the area, their inclusion is not thought to impact the character of the area. Smaller porches have also been proposed, which you could see in the previous slide, as well as roof lights to the front. All of these elements can be observed on neighbouring properties and are not thought to be an issue or impact the character of the wider area. So just to reiterate, cycle parking, excuse me, cycle parking, all plots will now benefit from cycle parking into this single garage here. It will be a communal cycle store. They will allow for the cycle parking of 6 cycles, which is in accordance with policy for these dwellings. The site is not located within a controlled parking zone, so therefore any cars that are associated with these dwellings will have to park on the local highway. And then bin storage details have been secured via condition 13, so then we can get those details at a later date. So the recommendation is to approve subject to conditions, and that is my presentation.
Thanks very much. Amy, councillors? Oh, sorry, Councillor Bennett.
I was just going to say I remember this application clearly from last time. I'm really pleased to see the improvements and would thank the officer for a clear presentation and some good negotiation.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm just going to say something. I'm pretty sure when canvassing one day, I might have talked to a person about developing a site, and it might have been this site, and it might have been the applicant called Sebastian in the planning report. And I really can't remember whether it was this site or another site in King's Edges at all, but I don't feel my discretion is fettered. The discussion was just in general terms. There was no specific debate, and I was not asked any opinion, so I shall continue to chair the item. Councillors. Councillor Thornborough.
Yeah, it's a very minor thing, but I was just looking at the design of the front doors, and I just, again, because of lots of canvassing recently, I think it should be, the letterboxes should be conveniently located, and it looks like it's a glazed door. I just want to make that's a policy we have. 57G. I don't want to add a condition or an informative, but I'd like that raised with the applicant to ensure that they do provide an accessible letterbox.
Yeah, thanks for noticing that, Councillor. I mean, I think the doors shown on the elevations might not be the doors that are actually installed anyway, but and I think if we want to have the applicant note that, we probably need to put informative in. Actually, I think there's no point doing anything else. If we think it, we should say it. So I'll be in favour of such an informative. I was surprised they meet space standards. They seem very tight, but apparently bigger than minimum standards. And I was concerned that the height of the ceiling height on the second floor seems very tight. And I don't know if we need to condition the height of the building, because it's what can happen in these situations is that buildings go a bit higher to accommodate a ceiling height that was never possible in the first place. And finally, related to that, there seems to be a bit of flat roof on top. And how's that working? Is that a green roof or what? And the case officer is clearly content with the flat roof, but normally we don't have flat roofs in that sort of situation for preference. So any more questions, councillors? No? Okay, back to you then, Amy.
So in regards to the letterboxes, we can put that on as an informative just to make sure the applicant is aware to include those in line with policy 57. With the height of the ceilings, that would be a building control matter, but we could put that on as an no, we can't put that on as informative, but that would be a building control matter, which they would have to abide by anyway to get that signed off.
Yeah, let Jane speak a minute.
So the plans show the heights of the buildings. That's condition 2 of this application. So they would need to be in conformity with those. And if they don't, then that would be a different planning matter. And if they aren't built the same, then there'll be a compliance issue for us.
Okay, thanks for clarifying. Carry on, Amy.
And then the flat roof, there are flat roofs to the rear on the dormers. We could, with flat roof extensions, put that on as a sedum roof or a brown roof if through condition, if you're happy if members are happy to include that on there.
Sorry, no one else wants to speak, just me. So I was looking at the proposed section. The section is through the dormer, I presume, then, is it? That's what I'm seeing when I'm seeing a bit of flat roof section. Proposed section, page 22, showing bedroom 2 with a flat roof above it. So I'm hesitant to insist on a sedum roof at second floor level. It's going to be difficult to maintain. Councillor Thornbury, you want to speak as well?
Yeah, I I do have exactly the same concerns that you've raised about the headroom of as you're going up the stairs into that space, because the headroom as you go up the stairs actually reduces because the pitch of the stairs is greater than the pitch of the roof, but it is a building regulation thing unless we clarify the height on the elevations as you picked up earlier, because it's implied that it's a little bit higher than the adjacent buildings. If you draw a line across, it's a little bit higher, but it's very vague. And I have a feeling that to comply with building regulations, that it's going to be more than a little bit higher. And it would be good if, I know that we can scale the drawings, the officer can scale the drawings, but I think ideally there would have been an explicit height from the ground to the ridge height. But I also think that my feeling is that the green roof policy wasn't for dormer roofs, because the dormer roof was going to have to slope a bit and it'd be a very small bit, and it'd be difficult to maintain if you had to maintain it.
I think also the structure of it would be more difficult to be bigger, be a lot more steel or wood to timber to make it hold up. But I think I wasn't quite clear. You seemed to say something that was contrary to what Jane said. Am I to understand we do have a height for the applicant's building pack? Is there a height that's given? Can we condition the height? That's what I'm saying. Can we say it must be X and no more? Is that correct or not?
With the height of the building, we'd have to go by what the plans show. But the building from floor level to the top of the ridge is 7.8 metres. That's not divided into floors, but that would be the entire height of
That's exactly what I want. Good. Okay, so we've got 7.8. You can't go any higher than that. So in that case, Councillor Thornborough and others, that's the height. If they want to go higher, they're going to have to come back to this committee for a further, application. And if they build it higher than that, that'll be a compliance issue. You'll have to take it apart or something like that, whichever seems the best thing to do. So Councillor Thornborough and I and others have had experience of this before, and this seems to be going that way unless we are clear from the start what we want here. Because as you can see, if you're not aware, but as Councillor Thornborough said, as you go up the stairs, the doorway adjacent to bedroom 2 is 6'6" high, or 2 metres, and that could easily get eaten into by the thickness of the roof construction with insulation in it. Okay, any more questions, or are we content with all of that? So let's just be clear that there's a condition there that the building shall not be built higher than 7.8 metres, and then we can vote on the recommendation. All right, the recommendation, please, Jane.
The recommendation as per paragraph 10 of this report, 9.1, is to approve subject to planning conditions, and there's an additional condition on the amendment sheet to retain the cycle parking in the garage, and then informative for letterboxes.
Thanks very much. So the recommendation is one of approval. All those in favour of that recommendation?
Unanimous, Chair.
Right, thanks, councillors. So, okay, thanks very much, Amy. So we'll move on to the next planning item, which is 25 Rowland Road. Persons, so there's no speakers on this one either, I think.
Statement by the Green Party.
Oh yeah, we've got a statement. Hang on a minute, just let me clarify. Councillor Bennett, I hope you don't mind me asking, but are the two councillors on the statement to be read out both ward councillors from Abbey Ward. Thank you very much for clarifying. Okay, so I'm going to ask Chris to read that out in a minute after the presentation then. So in that case, if you present the item then, please, Alice, when you're ready. Who are you? Okay, well, if no one can hear you at the moment because you're not using a microphone, but if you want to speak, you can speak on the item as the applicant, but not yet after the presentation. Would you like to do that? Okay, so we'll have the presentation, then we have speakers after that, and so then there's a public speaker thing at the back with a microphone, so everyone can hear, including people online, then you can be heard then, okay? But presentation first, no rush. All right, Alice. Councillor Dryden.
It's just queer what you just said about you'd like to speak. You're supposed to actually go for the committee to give notice of speaking. I don't think you can just say, unless the rules are changed as the days of in coming to planning.
No, you're absolutely right, Councillor, but I have chair's prerogative to allow a speaker to apply and be allowed to speak, and I've given him my chair's prerogative to allow this person to speak. Exactly. As I said, you're correct. Those are the rules. Okay, Alice, present, please.
Thank you, Chair. So the application is for the erection of one dwelling at 25 Rawlin Road. So the application site is on the corner of Rawlin Road and Stainsfield Road. Comprises of the garden area for 25 Rawlin Road and is marked by a concrete fencing and a garage. TPO is located 4.3 metres south of the site, and there are no other relevant constraints. So the application is for a detached dwelling orientated parallel to 49 Stainsfield Road. Vehicular access to the proposed dwelling is via Rawlin Road to the east, and there are 2 parking spaces provided, one for the proposed dwelling and one for the host dwelling at number 25. And a purpose-built cycle store is located north of the proposed dwelling for the proposed occupants. The application comes after a previous application which was for 3 terrace dwellings on a larger plot, which included number 25's garden and land to the south and east, which was dismissed uphill due to the harm to the spacious character and appearance of the area and overlooking to number 25. Since the appeal, the site has been reduced to just the garden area of number 25, and the development has been reduced to 1 dwelling, and the scale and massing, layout and design have been altered. You'll see that I've put some distances to show you the differences between the previously refused scheme and the proposed scheme on screen now. There has been significant local opposition to, with one of the principal concerns being character. The proposal has been significantly reduced in scale, sited further away from from Stainsfield and Rawlin Road, and there is a generous setback of approximately 8.6 metres from Stainsfield Road and 9.7 metres from Rawlin Road. The dwelling would be also sited behind both building lines. The proposal adopts a contemporary design with a pitched roof, larger but proportionate windows, brick detailing and regular downpipes to break up the massing and create a vertical emphasis to balance the frontage. Active frontages face Stainsfield and Rawlin Road, with the massing also responding to the character of the area by dropping to single storey adjacent to number 25, providing a notable gap
like gaps between the semi-detached properties surrounding the site. Given the scale, massing, siting and design of the dwelling, officers considered that the proposal would retain the spacious character of the area. The inspector dismissed the previous appeal on neighbour amenity. The first floor windows on the northern elevation comprise 2 obscure glazed windows which serve bathrooms and an angled oriel window which directs views east away from neighbours. This is the ground floor plan, and this is the first floor plan which shows the oriel window angling views away. In terms of overshadowing, given the scale, massing and siting in relation to neighbours' habitable rooms, officers consider that the proposed dwelling would not significantly reduce daylight or sunlight levels to these rooms. For the same reasons, officers also are satisfied that habitable rooms and rear gardens would not experience a significant overbearing impact. While there has been significant local opposition with 90 objections received, officers have considered the merits of the scheme and conclude that the development would deliver a high-quality, sustainable dwelling in a highly sustainable location without harming the character and appearance of the area or amenity of residents. Therefore, officers' recommendation is one of approval subject to conditions.
Thank you very much, Alice. So, as I said, I use my chair's prerogative to allow the applicant who's here today to speak on behalf of the application, and then after that we'll have the statement that's been written by 2 ward councillors. So, Lawrence, is it? Hello. All right. Good morning.
It is. Hello.
Yeah. That's it. So you get 3 minutes to speak, and half a minute before the end, the bell will go to let you know you're coming to the end. So when you're ready.
Brilliant. Thank you. So, thank you again for allowing me to do this. That's my lack of understanding of this process, and it won't happen again if this happens again. So my name is Lawrence Haslop. I'm the owner of number 25 Rawlin Road. This has been quite a journey for me, which I started back in 2018. So I started in 2018, consulting obviously with architects, etc. And we went through a pre-application process for a previous scheme, which we actually decided to bring down to the scheme which was dismissed. I've obviously had to negotiate with, I think it was Highways, or a member of a part of the council that actually had that little bit of L-shaped land on the side. That all expired, and so I've kind of come to this point really, and compromised as much as I feel I possibly can on this site to put a dwelling within the boundaries of the existing garden of number 25. So I've taken inspiration for some of the design features from the development across the road. I know there's no details of that here. It's the previous protected green space that was built on within the wards. For the windows that are obviously angled to ensure that there's no overlooking issues. There's a green roof there from an ecology perspective. There's actually going to be a biodiversity net gain in terms of trees on the site as well. And the energy supplies I'm looking at, there's obviously the PV that's going to be on the roof, and there's going to be a very efficient heating system within the property as well. So I guess that's all I really want to say. Thank you for the consideration, and look forward to hearing your thoughts.
Yeah, thank you very much. You're quite welcome to stay for the debate. Thank you.
Thank you.
If you turn your microphone off, that's great. Thank you very much, Lawrence. The statement to be read out is by 2 ward councillors, and when Chris reads it out, if Chris could read those persons' names, please. I note in, I'll get to that in the debate. So, okay, you go ahead then, Chris, and read that out.
This was submitted on behalf of Councillors Howard and Tong. We are addressing the committee to raise objection on behalf of local residents due to the massing, scale, bulk of the proposal, and its unsympathetic design. This would be at odds with the established character of the street scene and feel of the neighborhood, which is characterized by long lengths of semi-detached houses and open corners throughout the White Hill Road estate. This proposal, if approved, would erode the open feel to the residential development and character and appearance of the area. Unlike the other three quadrants of Barnwell, this area is the only one not to have a dedicated park within the heart of the estate, and therefore, these small patches of green space take over the role of amenity space, which, although not protected, are of huge importance to local residents. This has been reflected by the large number of objections received to the previous proposal, which included a provisional land sale from the City Council, and to this most recent proposal, which received also a huge number of detailed objections. We also have concerns about the proximity and bulk of the property in relation to the nearby two adjacent properties. Secondly, the proposal is immediately on the boundary with recently funded environment improvement project, Wildflower Meadow, night blooming scented plants, and proposed masonry bee habitat, which would convert this piece of grass into a biodiversity hotspot and public amenity. The presence of a detached house immediately at the boundary of this would negatively impact this amenity of other local residents. The project is well supported by residents who also wish to incorporate a communal memorial bench for certain local families who have lost loved ones during lockdown. We urge the committee to reject this proposal due to the many breaches of the Greater Cambridge Local Plan 2018, policies 52, 55, 56, 57, 59. The end, Chair.
Right, thanks for reading it out, Chris. So that statement came in late, and again, I used my chair's prerogative to allow it to be read out. Alice, I could see you were taking notes on that. Would you like to see the statement so you've got it, you can have sight of it?
Yes, please, because I haven't seen it.
Pass that to Alice, please, Chris. So, a chance to have a look at the detail of it then. That's good. Okay. So, just while you're reading that then, Alice, I'll just say that I noted in the report that aside from the fact there are 90 representations received on this item, although no one has spoken in objection against it, that the, what is it, in 8.1, one of the councillors who's listed on this statement is listed as Councillor Tong, bracket, Green Party Team Leader, close bracket. I'm not quite sure what significance that has in the report, as this is not a political committee. Perhaps you can bring some clarity on that, Alice, as it's your report. And also, just before we get into debate, is there anything you want to comment on, Alice, in that statement, if you've had time to note its content, or we can come back later?
I've only just seen it, so I'm happy to, if you are happy to, give me some more time to read it, and then I'll come back with a response. But I imagine, yeah, some of the things I've already covered in the presentation and have been covered in the report. In terms of my note about the Green Party leader, he was writing in his capacity as Green Party leader, and hence why I left that in and noted that. So I presume that that was okay to do.
Right, thanks for that clarification then, Alice. I won't adjourn the debate for you to read it if you don't mind. We'll go around and debate, and if you miss anything, we can pick up as we go along. That's all right. So, councillors, debate. Councillor Thornborough.
I wonder if the case officer could talk about the number of windows on...
Sorry, I've done the wrong thing, haven't I? We'll have to stop a minute and let Alice read this report, which she hasn't had sight of yet, because it's not fair to ask her to read that and listen to you at the same time. I apologise, Alice, I wasn't thinking straight there. So let's have a short adjournment of a couple of minutes so Alice can read the report, take us offline, I think, probably. Yep. Councillor? Okay, so we had a short adjournment there so that the case officer, Alice, could read through a late statement that had been sent to committee by a couple of councillors. So Alice, I just wanted, before we go on, if you had anything to say on the matters that have been raised in that statement. I don't want that to get lost.
Thank you, Chair. What I would say is all of the issues raised have been covered in the committee report in detail. But I just wanted to pick up on a few things just to reiterate to members. So the proposed dwelling is wholly in the garden land of number 25. It is not encroaching upon the green space, which is in the City Council's ownership and which is undergoing an environmental improvement project. This space around the dwelling, which is City Council land, it's not designated as protected open space, so policy 67 does not get triggered. I know it is clearly valued by the community due to the number of concerns raised, but the development does not encroach upon it, and it's located north of it. So this area is unlikely to be adversely affected. So there was reference to policy 52 and 57, which focuses on the sufficient space surrounding the existing dwelling to be retained, where there are trees and spaces that are important to the character of the area and biodiversity. Officers considered that this is in compliance with this aspect of policy. There is no encroachment of this green space, as it is all garden land, as previously mentioned. So hopefully that's provided a bit more narrative to that.
No, that's very good. Thank you. I didn't want any of those matters to get lost in debate when we get going, Councillor. So thank you, Alice. So Councillor Thornbury, you were speaking.
Yes, at the moment, this the boundary is fenced off, and I don't know if the fence belongs to the owner of 25 Rawlin Road or it belongs to the council. So the fence is going to be taken down, and this proposed building on Stansfield Road seems to be built right up to the boundary, and then there's a small gap to the adjacent boundaries. So this is public space. It's public open space. It may not be protected, but it's public space. And I'm just the way this building seems to have been designed. It doesn't seem to have the window openings doesn't seem to have recognised that it's right onto public open space, so people could be standing outside, talking. You know, there's going to be it's already used. You can see the desire line going across the space, and the council or the owner of the public open space could build a fence along their boundary, which would then obscure completely the windows, the ground floor windows to the dining room, the study, the living room, and the living room. So this property can't rely on those openings being retained to ensure that these spaces remain of an acceptable standard. One of the acceptable standards, I think, that we talk about often these days is dual aspect. So these windows, well, I don't know whether they're fixed shut or whether they're openable or whether they're not indicated as being obscure, so they would be clear glazing, very, very tight onto this public space. I think that seems to be a problem for me. I think that seems to be a problem. I know that there is also issues about if there was if somebody chose to have a barbecue there and if their fire caught fire, there could be an issue with fire protect. Well, I think all those windows have to be fire protected under building regulations because they're right onto the boundary. Yeah. So I wonder if the officer could comment about that aspect of the design. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. I think we'll go straight back to Alice on that. That's quite a critical point. So just so everyone's clear, it's the red line that encloses the site on the site plan page 25, which demarcates the space between public open space, which is green, and the site plan, the other side of it, when they sort of butt up against one another. So Alice.
Thank you, Chair. So just to highlight that access to the property for maintenance and kind of the relationship between this land in terms of use, City Council land, and the proposed dwelling is a civil matter. So obviously they would need to get access over City Council land for the maintenance and stuff. In terms of Councillor Thornborough's query about, potential fences being erected, etc., we should be looking at the proposal before us today. There are no fences proposed along that boundary, and so I don't think we can consider that in great detail.
Thank you, Alice. So Councillor Thornborough doesn't appear to want to come back, but I will. So just to be clear then, if the application gets built out, I presume that then, as it's built, that the City Council would not be able to erect a fence adjacent to the window. They'd have to set it back on their land a bit. Is that correct? Or, sorry, I know it's a civil matter, but yeah, if you could respond.
So in terms of erecting a fence, because it's adjacent to the highway, it could not be taller than a metre under permitted development. So they would have to get permission if they were to erect a fence anyway, if it was above a metre in height. But as I said, I don't think it should be a matter that concerns members today, because it's a civil matter.
Some come back on that, but we'll see. All right, thanks, Alice. So, Councillor Carling.
Thank you. Yeah, I'd just like to ask a bit about the environmental improvement programme bid in that area. And I perhaps should declare at this point that I'm the Executive Councillor with responsibility for biodiversity, but I don't consider that to fit in my discretion here. It looks pretty clearly that the entrance to the property is from the other side, so it shouldn't encroach, that shouldn't directly damage the open space in any way. I can see that there's an objection or a comment from Environmental Services about the impact on the space from construction, and I was wondering if we can condition sort of anything in that would help to ameliorate that concern. And I guess I'm kind of just looking for some general confirmation of my initial impression, which seems to be that this wouldn't impact upon the proposed sort of improvement to the local space in any way. I also had a procedural question, which is unrelated to that, which I hope can be answered, which is just that in the member representation section, when Councillor Tongue is referred to as the Green Party team leader, I think it might be helpful if Councillor Bennett can just confirm that she wasn't involved in any way in drafting that and is not party to that, because it just, as it's written, I think a reasonable person might draw some conclusion that would be good to address at this stage. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carling. I'm going to go straight to Councillor Bennett.
Yeah. Usually the system we have is that I am kept out of any planning matters in the ward. There's a few that I have been involved with because I was involved with them as a candidate long before we even knew there was a planning regulatory committee. This is one of the legacy ones because I was involved in the previous version of this, which is so different. They're talking about putting 5 houses on the site rather than 1. That it didn't even go to committee. It got straight to officer refusal, straight to planning inspector and refusal. And it's just so different from this one that I don't think it settles my discretion at all. Is that satisfactory, Chair and Councillor?
I'll let you come in a minute, Councillor Carling. I believe the councillor was asking through the chair that you, and for the case officer's information, that you, councillor, as a Green Party member, had not been involved in instructing this representation that's objecting to the application on the following grounds. So that was the question, really. Is that the case?
Okay, I can comment on this. The application was, the objection was drafted by Elliot when he was still a candidate, where his title was Ward Team Leader, which is what we normally do for candidates. It doesn't mean to say he was my boss on this. The application and almost all the work was done by Hannah Copley and Elliot together. And I've only really been brought in at the last minute. And my only real contact with this has been because Councillor Howard is currently on holiday and Councillor Tong is taking his final exam this week. So I have very, very limited contact with the application. I do have some information about the biodiversity corner, and I can possibly answer some questions on that if the chair would like.
I appreciate you so much to come back, Councillor Carling. So I think the thing is, Councillor, it's your prerogative to vote or not vote on an item, debate or not debate an item, and it's up to you to make that decision. But I'm just not quite clear, and I'm trying to do this for your own interest, really, whether you support this representation or not. You haven't actually said one way or the other. So do you support the representation that's been made by the two other ward councillors to object to this application? Because I think that would be useful to know. If you're objecting to the application and then voting on it, that's going to be a problem.
Well, I haven't really been involved with the sort of steps going through because they deliberately kept me out of it. So I've not really had much of an opportunity to look through it. I mean, it seems very sort of...
It's really, my question was just, can you confirm that you did not contribute to the wording of the objection? That's essentially the question distilled down, because I think that would really clear it up if you were able to confirm that.
I thought I'd already said that
so that question,
times.
excuse me, Councillor Bennett, that question is through the chair. And Councillor Dryden, were you asking a similar question as well?
Say, when you ask what you come here to make a decision, none of us can say at this point to the end of the debate what our decision is going to be. So I think it's a bit unfair asking someone yet what the decision is.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay. So, sorry, I interrupted you, Councillor Bennett. You speak.
I think I've already said 3 times that the response was prepared by Hannah Copley and Elliot Tong with a bit of editorial from Matthew Howard. The only reason I've had any involvement at all is been to get it submitted because Councillor Howard is on holiday and Councillor Tong is sitting his final exam, and my only involvement has been just to sort of say, look, have you actually agreed this yet or not? And can you hurry up? Does that help?
That does help, thank you. Thank you very much for that, Councillor Bennett, and I understand your position. We will continue with the debate and you will engage in the debate. Councillor Bajan, did you want to say something? Was it related to this or are we moving on?
I was going to ask a question, but I won't on this particular. I've got questions for later. Yes.
Yeah, okay. So thank you very much for that. I think we've cleared that up. So any more debate on the actual item? Councillor Thornborough.
The application is for a new erection of a new dwelling, and the red line boundary, which is for this new dwelling, goes completely in the front of 25. So if this is a new dwelling, the implications are this dwelling has all of the land that's encompasses in the red line boundary. So how does 25 Rawlin Road get access if the whole of the space in front of 25 is now associated with this dwelling? Quite often we have schemes where garden land is become a development land, and we don't have information about the impact on the original dwelling. So I'd like to know how, whether what the impact on 25 is, whether they had car parking at the front previously, whether they have, where they have, does it, what the officer thinks about access to the rear garden and cycle parking and bin parking, bin storage, sorry. Thank you.
All right, thanks, councillor. Can we get that answer straight away then, please, Alice, the red line question?
In terms of access to the rear garden for bins, etc., we've put on conditions for details for bins and for cycles for number 25, and we anticipate that they will be located in front garden for them to access. If you note on the site plan, there is parking for number 25 at the front of number 25 also. That is within the red line because that needs to be within the red line to show those changes. It doesn't necessarily denote the changes in ownership between number 25 and the proposed dwelling.
Thanks, Alice. Right, councillor Carling.
Sorry, Chair, I'm not sure we had an answer to my question about the biodiversity initiative on the space, just because we got caught up in the other matter. So I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Can you repeat the question, please?
I can, yes. This was just a question to the case officer. Basically, I was just asking about the environmental improvement programme bid on the green space, and it was kind of a two-parter, and basically I just wanted confirmation that this wouldn't affect the actual that project in any way. And the other one was just that I wondered if there was a condition of some kind we could put in to make sure that the construction doesn't impact on it, as was raised as a concern by environmental services.
Okay, thanks. Any more questions? Councillor Levine.
Thank you. Well, I was just going to express a bit of disappointment. There's no reference to any build standards. This would be a great opportunity to build a house to passive house standard or something of that sort.
I believe it's policy compliant. Councillor Bagent.
Thank you, Chair. I feel that we're getting a bit in a tug of war here between situations, a bit bureaucratic perhaps. I think the boundary's potentially problematic, but I come from a ward where houses front straight onto the pavement, onto thoroughways. There's a recent development in my ward where the windows look directly onto a car park without any separation. So I think, I'm less inclined to disagree with those potential difficulties. As the officer says, this is an opportunity to provide a development. And I think this is a really strong opportunity. It's ideal for developing, it's an efficient use of land, it's a sustainable location, it contributes to housing supply. I think that this is a very positive feature. I'm a little bit concerned about the red line going right up to 25, but I suppose planning permission doesn't talk about boundaries. That will be in the deeds of the properties. But 25 wouldn't be able to access their property if they weren't to come across this land. So I think maybe the red line might be controversial, but not controversial. It seems to me a perfectly good adventure and something that I'm very inclined to support. I really can't comment about how 90 people or 60 people suddenly take up arms against a development. I don't know why. What's the problem? There's still a lot of space here. And then I can't comment either about ward councillors getting involved in what seems to be never mind, I can't comment. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. So just to be clear, the 90 representations speak about character, appearance and scale, residential amenity impact, construction impacts, car parking and parking stress, impact on trees and green space, refuse arrangements, inaccuracies. That's the list of stuff there listed. Any more questions for Alice? No. Okay, right, Alice. Oh, sorry, Councillor Thornborough.
Yeah, The site plan shows 2 trees in the public open space, but there aren't any trees there. There aren't any trees. If a property is built there, does that mean that in future the council are very limited to what trees can be planted because of the issues with tree roots undermining foundations in the future, and the problems that many local authorities are finding where trees are being, the insurance companies are applying to cut down trees because of the undermining the foundations. So basically what is planted in the green area would be limited by this new building. Thanks.
Thank you. Is that it? Yep, okay. So I meant Councillor Carling, and if you know, okay. Right, back to you now, Alice, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just going to go backwards on the questions. Just bear with me a second whilst I get some pictures up, which I took on Friday. So in response to Councillor Thornborough's comments about there not being any trees, there are trees here and there is one here which are on the plans. I have put on a tree protection plan and arboricultural method statement condition to ensure that construction does not impact upon those trees. The biggest one let me just get my pointer up. This one here is the TPO, and officers are satisfied that the proposal can commence without harm to that tree. This slightly relates to what Councillor Carling was saying about the construction and whether it would impact upon the green space. So we obviously, as I've mentioned, we have a condition to protect the tree, but officers, I find it satisfactory if members wanted to put on a condition to secure details of how it's going to be constructed to ensure that it can be constructed without harm to the open space. In terms of the sustainability of the property, the property will meet the standard outlined in the local plan, so we can't require the development to exceed that standard. I think that was everything.
Any questions to answer, councillors? Okay, right, so let's do the vote. Oh, sorry, Councillor Bennett, I think I apologise. Over to you.
No worries, Chair. I often find it quite helpful to speak last. I'd like to say something about the current layout of the Walling Corner open space. There is currently a wall there, which is why I think there's no plans for a fence. It's quite high. It's in very poor condition. I do not know what the developer's plan for it is, but it certainly would, if there is intention of keeping the wall, I do not know whom it belongs to and who actually has say over whether it comes down. The original intention was, because it's in such poor condition and is crumbly, would be to encourage masonry bees to live there. They obviously like crumbling masonry, so it's an ideal habitat for them. There was also a proposal to have night blooming flowers, and particularly those ones which discourage rats, right up by the wall. That hasn't actually been put to an official plan yet, which is why it's so difficult for sort of officers to see what's happening with the space, because one of the reasons that councillors went forward with the resident group who are opposed to this in terms of working on an open space was that the clear feedback we got from the group was that residents felt they hadn't been consulted. So we've gone quite slow over this. and, you know, only the wildflowers are in place at the moment. We're still fundraising for Memorial Bench, which is coming from third-party funds, and there's no work in progress on the wall. I hope that clarifies things. The only point I have regarding planning matters is that not used to seeing plans made for buildings that go right up to the curtilage, like the way this does. My understanding was that you were meant to leave sufficient space within the plot for you to deal with any maintenance issues without trespassing is not the right word, without having to enter another person's space. I mean, in this case, it is public land, but it's public land on which planting is proposed. And I can't really see how we can go ahead with planting if somebody's going to have to stand in those planted beds, you know, simply to do minor things, such as to clean the windows. Possibly that's my ignorance. I haven't been a planning councillor for very long. But it does seem to be out of keeping with what we normally sort of request. And certainly, you know, enough residents have come forward to me about building issues saying, why can't I build up to the curtilage? For me to be quite familiar with that rule. So I'm a little confused by this application. I would like to congratulate the applicant because it's clearly an improvement on what went before. But I'm still not comfortable with going right up to the boundary. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. You spoke about a residents' group. I wasn't quite sure what group that is, and also about not being consulted. Well, there were 90 representations, so clearly consultation has happened. And Alice, you did speak about civil matters at the start with regard to boundary matters, but perhaps if you could respond to that and all of Councillor Bennett's points, please.
Thank you, Chair. So, Councillor Bennett referenced policy 52B, which states sufficient garden space and space around existing dwellings is retained. So, as I've discussed in the committee report and as I mentioned earlier, officers considered that there is sufficient space around the dwelling. It doesn't mean that it's necessarily wholly in the ownership of the applicant, but there is sufficient space around the dwelling. I would also like to remind members that obviously the previous application went to appeal, and a lot of these issues that were discussed today were not raised by the inspector at the appeal stage. Was there anything else you wanted me to comment on specifically?
Not for me, maybe for Councillor Bennett. Did you miss anything out there?
I don't think we can place much reliance on what the planning inspector did not raise because this application is so fundamentally different. There's almost no points of correspondence except that they are both somewhere near 25 Rawlin Road. Thank you.
Yeah, and perhaps you could just respond to Councillor Bennett's question about the boundary being doesn't belong to the applicant, please.
Obviously, we have approved several dwellings that are hard up against the boundary. That is not uncommon. It is obviously, I believe the boundary wall, which Councillor Bennett has referenced, is in the ownership of the applicant, so that would be coming down to erect the dwelling. Yeah, hopefully that is going to be...
All right, yeah, civil matters you said at the start. Yeah, any more for any more? Councillor Thornborough.
It would have been helpful if actually it was clear that this application includes the demolition of a high boundary wall. Is it a stone? It's a brick wall. Is it?
Do you want to respond, Alice, please? The wall is it concrete or? come to the microphone, will you please just say there? Normally don't engage you in debate, but you've got something useful to say, so.
Yes,
say that.
so yes, it's not like a typical wooden fence, it's a brick wall, which is sizable brick wall as well, so, yeah.
All right, thanks for that. Thank you. Councillors, any more questions? No? Okay, recommendation and then vote then, please. Jane.
The recommendation as paragraph 11.1 is for approval, subject to the conditions, and we had a condition mentioned for construction method statement.
Councillor Carling, yes.
So yeah, just to clarify that condition, or it would just be to kind of protect the open space from being damaged by the development. That was the intention behind it, just because we don't want to interrupt the project that's going on there. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so the recommendation is one of approval. All those in favour of that recommendation?
That's 6, Chair.
Against? Abstentions?
1 abstention.
Okay,
Sorry? 2,
2 abstentions.
my apologies, 2 abstentions.
So 6-2. So the item is approved. Thank you very much. So I was going to do another item before lunch, but is that okay with you? Yeah, okay, good. Right, next item then is item number 9, Green End Road. And presenting officers, Dean, Governor is online. Item 9 is no public speakers. Hello, good Dean, good afternoon. So I think we're all good to go. So Dean, if you want to present the item then, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just going to share my screen. Can I just confirm you can see that, Chair?
No, not at the moment. Just your face, nothing else. Yep, you've done it. Well done. That's it. You can see it.
Thank you, Chair. So this is an application for a single single-storey bungalow on land to the rear of 190 Green End Road, and this has previously been presented to Planning Committee in April last year, and it was deferred by members for reasons on the impact on the amenity of the existing occupiers of the existing flats in 190 Green End Road, which I'll touch on later in my presentation. So just to remind members where the application is, so this location plan, Green End Road is here, with the new dwelling being situated to the rear of 190 Green End Road, with an access coming in by the side. Just site context, so Green End Road runs along here, got Chesterton High Street which runs along here, and the site is indicated in red in here. So site photos, so this is the existing access. This photo is taken from Green End Road. This is the existing site, so at the moment it's just used for storage purposes, so it doesn't have any particular use in at the moment, so it's just redundant land. This is a photo looking back at the access, so the access is just around the corner here. And this is where the dwelling would be situated. This is looking at the back of 190 Green End Road at the moment. So just, again, it's more of a dumping ground than anything else, with a fence around the existing amenity area, so it's ground floor flat. So these are the proposed elevations for the dwelling. So as you can see, it's single story in height, simple in design, low level heights. There is a red dashed line on the plans which indicates a previous dwelling which was approved back in 2013. So there is a sort of principle established on the site for a dwelling in this location. There's the ground floor plan, so that's 1 bedroom. So previously, the proposed site plan proposed an area of hard standing to the front of the dwelling, which is not going to be used for any vehicle parking, which will be secured by a condition. And cycle parking is to the rear, with a garden to the rear back here. This area here in white is the existing amenity area serving a ground floor flat in 190 Green End Road. This was considered to be inadequate, and it was a particular issue raised by members under committee last year. So the applicant firstly has moved the cycle park to the front of the dwelling to make it more easily accessible. The amenity area is now marked as being this area here, so it's actually larger in area, serving the ground floor flat. And there is a condition recommended to secure boundary details of this amenity area to ensure that that is safeguarded and private from the dwelling here. So in conclusion, obviously the proposed development would provide a residential dwelling in a vacant area of land which is used for storage purposes and no other use. Scale and design is considered to be in keeping with the character of the local area. Sorry, it's not a conservation area, so that's my mistake. It's a car-free development which should be secured by condition. Cycle storage is set to the front of the site. Details are also secured by condition. And the rear amenity area serving the existing ground floor flat at 190 is now provided, and condition details are secured by condition. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Neil. Sorry, Dean. Dean, just one question from me. On the drawings, page 37, proposed front stroke bracket west, close bracket elevation, it gives the ridge height as approx ridge height. So what does that mean? Does it mean it could be anything, or does it mean within a tolerance of, what's the X with the tolerance? I'm interested in that, because ridge heights limit building heights without the ridge height. I mean, when we're given an approx height, we don't really know where we are. So think about that for a minute with some other questions. Councillor Carling?
Thank you. Yeah, this is my first planning committee meeting, so forgive me if this is a bit of a silly question. But there's reference to the site falling outside of any designated controlled parking zone. And I just wanted to check exactly what is meant by controlled parking zone. Does that mean sort of there's no like resident parking restrictions and such like at the site? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Thornborough? To you then, please. Dean?
Thank you, Chair. So regarding the height of the bungalow, although it does say approx height, that is pretty much the exact height. We tend to say approx just for a bit of leniency, but that is more or less the accurate height of the bungalow. The question regarding controlled parking zones. So controlled parking zone is a designated area where parking restrictions are in place. Obviously, there's no car parking proposed for the dwelling, and this will be retained by conditions. So there'll be no on parking competition on local road networks, as the occupants shouldn't have a car. Hence why we proposed more cycle parking as well, and repositioned it to the front of the site. So that will alleviate that issue. And in response to the red line boundary and the proposed dwelling, is it used in connection with 190? No, it's not. So this dwelling will be a separate residential dwelling to the existing flats of 190 Green End Road. So it'll be a separate residential dwelling in its own right, just to confirm that. Thank you.
Thanks, Dean. So Councillor Thornborough doesn't want to come back, but I will again. So shouldn't the red line go round the sites then, and not including the existing built form of 190? I don't understand why the red line's going around the whole of the site, including 190 in that case. Can you confirm why that is?
I think the red line has been drawn like that to include the access also to the side of 190, because I think previously, under the original submission of his application, they were proposing car parking to the front of the dwelling. So I think they were, I think that's why the red line has been drawn like that. So yeah, I think that's why that red line is stuck. And to also help with the garden to the rear as well. So it's incorporating the whole site, but actually, because of the proposal has been moved on and been amended since the original application, that's why there might be little bit of confusion, but it's not a significant issue to warrant refusal in this instance.
So hopefully it's not a significant issue. I mean, I haven't really answered my question. As far as I can see, it can only be a mistake as long as it doesn't have any implications for future development of the site, which I presume it doesn't, because the red line should not go round 190 if that's not part of the site, which as far as you've said so far, it isn't. But I think I'll let that go unless anyone wants to come back on that. No. Okay, so Councillor Corlin.
Thanks. Just to come back to parking, can I just check, does that mean the resident will not be able to park on the street, whoever moves into this property? Would they be able to park on the street if they have a car, or is that not to be permitted?
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Any more questions? No? Okay, that's just that one then, please, Dean.
Yes, they will be able to park on streets nearby. They just won't be able to park within the site itself. The reason being is that the access width is not adequate to let a vehicle through, and also to reduce noise and disturbance on the occupants of the existing flats due to car movements. So that's why we've restricted no car parking. Thank you.
Okay, I think we're done then. Good. Yeah, and as Councillor Thornborough said, drawings are very readable, so to be commended on that. So thanks very much. Recommendation then, please, Jane.
Recommendation as per paragraph 9.1 is approval subject to conditions.
Thank you, Jane. So the recommendation is one of approval. All those in favour of that recommendation?
It's unanimous, Chair.
Thank you very much. So the item is approved. Okay, so now it's lunchtime. It's 10 to 1. So if we come back at 20 past 1, please, for the next session of Planning Committee. Thank you very much, everyone. Claire. Okay, welcome back to the afternoon session of the Planning Committee. Just to say that Councillor Bajan and Councillor Bennett have had to leave, but we're still quorate in the meeting. So we'll continue with the next item, which is item, it's 52 Alpha Road, and it's item number 10. So there are no public speakers on this item, and the case officer is Dean Scrivener. So Dean, you're online, aren't you, if you're ready to present the item then, please? Hello, Dean. Good afternoon again.
Hello, thank you. Can I check you can see that, Chair?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, so this application is for the erection of one dwelling following demolition of existing structures, changes to car parking arrangements and associated cycle parking and landscaping. That's the site location plan submitted with the application. Bit of site context. So this is the site here, highlighted in red. Alpha Road runs along here. Alexandra Gardens are set to the rear. Carlisle House. You've got Chesterton Road running along here. This site is within the conservation area as well. So some site photos. So this photo is taken standing on Alpha Road, looking at the front of the site. So this is the existing garage to be demolished. You can see the neighbouring properties either side. The rest of the photos are taken from within the site. So as you can see, it's quite overgrown. Derelict site, it's not really being used for anything in particular at the moment. So existing street scene drawing, just again showing the existing garage and the neighbouring dwellings either side of the site. So the proposed site plan, so this just shows the footprint of the proposed dwelling. As you can see, it would sit comfortably within the plot, leaving plenty of space between either neighbouring dwelling. Cycle parking set to the front here. Proposed trees highlighted by yellow within the site to enhance the site as well. Although the footprint extends within the site, the first floor story would terminate in line with that red dashed line, which hopefully you can see, just to protect the privacy and amenity areas of neighbouring properties. So these are proposed elevations. As you can see, the ridge height of the proposed dwelling would be no higher than the neighbouring properties. That's in keeping in terms of scale. Again, just shows that there's sufficient space either side of the dwelling, which is good. Some of the elements in the proposed elevations feature at neighbouring properties, such as bay windows and materials of buff brick, which is secured by condition. The proposal does propose a roof extension as part of the dwelling, as part of the proposal. As you can see, it's quite subservient portion in nature. It's in keeping with the scale of the dwelling. These are proposed floor plans. So you've got the ground floor plan here, the first floor plan here showing the green roof on top of the single-storey rear element of the proposal, which is secured by condition as well. So all in all, the application provides a residential dwelling on a vacant area of land which is currently derelict. Scale design is in keeping with the neighbouring buildings and the character of the conservation area. It's a car-free development. Cycle storage is set to the front of the site, and there are sufficient amounts of external space provided around the dwelling. Therefore, officers recommend approve. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much. Dean, just one thing to clarify before we get on. It's listed as the Castle and Victoria stroke parish on the documents and also in the Castle and Victoria conservation area. So is Victoria sort of a typo? Because I don't think there is any Victoria, is there, as far as I know?
Sorry, yeah, that is a typo.
Councillor Colling, you had your hand up?
Sorry, yes, I was just going to clarify that that's within West Chesterton, if you're wondering where the ward was. So it's in the space around Victoria Road.
I don't understand what you're saying. So are you saying this site is in West Chesterton?
Yes, that's the ward. It's written as sort of Castle Victoria, that's kind of the sub-area, but the ward which this site sits within is West Chesterton.
Okay, thanks for that, Councillor. Can you confirm that, Dean, that the ward that this site is in, please?
Yeah, the ward is West Chesterton. Sorry, if that wasn't clear. The conservation area is the Castle Victoria conservation area. Apologies.
I see. Okay, great. Thanks very much. Right. No speakers. So debate. Actually, before we go on that, let's get this red line thing sorted again as well. So we've got the red line around the space adjacent to number 52. There's a blue line as well around 52. And but the documentation seems to refer to the site being 52 Alpha Road, but I'm presuming the site is going to be 50 as it's between 52 and 48. I don't know if 50 got bombed in the war or something. So can you confirm just where we are with all of that, or am I missing something?
Yeah, so the blue line just shows land which is also in the ownership of the applicant. So the applicant lives at number 52. Whereas the actual proposed dwelling will be situated on land adjacent to number 52 Alpha Road. Sorry if that's confused things, but hopefully that confirms the situation.
That's all right. I mean, it's up to the applicant to call it what they want, but I'm presuming it's probably going to be called number 50 as it sits between 52 and 48, but never mind. So questions, councillors? Councillor Carling.
Thank you. I'll just preface this by saying I am the ward councillor for this application, but I don't consider that to fetter my discretion. I've had no involvement with the application. My question relates to the car parking again. So this is a controlled parking zone. There is a residence parking scheme in operation around the site, to my knowledge. So it looks on the plans as though 52 will have a designated car parking space. But this new dwelling, will the resident be eligible for a residence parking permit? So that will they then be able to park on the street? That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions, councillors? Not at the moment, it seems. No. So, oh yes, Councillor Flaubert.
Yes, on page 222, you talk about the trees that are going to be removed. I just wonder if you could confirm the number of trees that are going to be removed and whether the tree officer has made a report of those trees. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Flaubert. Can you just confirm the item number as well? Because I've got it online here, so I don't have page numbers. So, you know, like 7.3.
The paragraph is 8.10.
Okay, 8.10. Okay. Any more questions? No. Okay, so Dean, can you answer those, please?
Yeah, so in response to the parking residence permit, the future occupiers will not benefit from any permits once they move into the dwelling. The car parking arrangements are going to be slightly altered in terms of on-street car parking. No on-street car parking is going to be lost as part of the proposals. However, to reconfigure the on-street car parking, the applicant will need to engage with the Highway Authority, which is being secured by Condition 13. That's a separate matter that they'll have to discuss with Highways if planning permission is given. So hopefully that clarifies that question. And the in terms of trees, so 3 trees are going to be removed. An arboricultural impact assessment was submitted with the application for the trees on the site at Currants. It was assessed and concluded that 3 trees were in poor condition and they need to be removed. So they're going to be removed. However, there are 3 new trees proposed as part of the proposal. So there's no net loss in trees on site. The tree officer was consulted on the application and has assessed the information submitted and is happy with those proposals, those proposed trees, and the loss of those trees. there was also a conditions 3 and 4, which request methodology statement and tree protection plans to make sure that the trees to be retained on site are protected at all times during construction. So I hope that clears that up. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Corling.
Thank you, yeah, and the parking is of concern, I think, because, and I'll explain why, there's another property that was developed quite close to Alpha Road reasonably recently, where again, sort of a new property was created and there wasn't capacity for them to be involved in the residents' parking scheme. And a person was moved into that house through, I think it was the HomeLink system, so they didn't really have a huge amount of choice and understanding of the area when they were moved in. And they are being made to pay visitors' parking rates every day while being a resident of the area, and it's a really unequal and really dreadful situation. And, you know, it's not that they were able to do that by choice. I understand if someone moves here who doesn't have a car, that's not a problem. But if somebody is moved into a residence in this area and has to pay his daily parking rates, that's really not acceptable. So I would appreciate any advice on how we can deal with that, either by kind of allowing them to take part in the scheme or otherwise ensuring that anyone that later moves into this is aware of it before they're offered the property. I know that's not necessarily a planning matter, but it's incredibly of concern. So I'd appreciate any advice that can be given on that.
Thank you. Councillor Thornborough.
It sort of follows on from...
Hang on, are you answering a question or asking?
No, I'm asking. Sort of saying this is, I think Councillor Carling's point is valid because we've had schemes where houses have become homes of multiple occupancy, and there's been a stipulation that there will be no car ownership, but what's happening is that there could be 5 people in the house with visitor parking permits, so that there actually ends up being a lot of cars coming and when onto the streets. And this is an anomaly that we want to restrict. The intention is to restrict parking, but it's not actually working. Or it's a problem, as Councillor Cowley.
Thank you. Okay, Dean, want to cover off any of that?
Yeah, I acknowledge the points raised and the concerns raised regarding the car parking. Obviously, this site is located in a sustainable location, so having a car-free development on this site is favourable in terms of promoting more sustainable modes of transport, encouraging people to use bikes when they can, as opposed to relying on cars. So I understand the point, but it's not really it can't really condition the points raised, really. It's slightly outside the scope of planning. We can only promote car-free developments where we think they are more favourable than having cars parked within the site. So unless we can add an informative, but I might refer to Jane on that, see what she thinks, but that's my response to those points.
Jane was in conversation with the legal officer then, so she might not have caught that point. I don't know, did you, Jane?
I caught some of it, if I can be of help. So this application is considered to be in a sustainable parking place, so car-free development is supported by our policies. I don't know whether we could pop an informative on there, because whether they could have free visitor parking, that's outside of our planning remit on that.
Hello, good afternoon. Are you a member of the public or? Yeah, do you mind sitting on the seats behind, please? It's just that these are seats for councillors, that's all. It's very kind. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah, parking is a highways matter and not anything to do with this planning committee in that sense. We can't jurisdict about how parking is done by the county council. Councillor Colling.
Thank you. Yeah, sorry, I recognise this is a really kind of thorny and quite cross-cutting issue, but obviously the issue we have is then I later go to the county and say this is a problem, and they say, oh, well, it's the policy, and actually that should have been considered in the development, and kind of it's a case of being bounced around. So what I'd like to understand, I guess, is at the site, so at number 52, are number 52 currently eligible for a residence parking permit? Because under these plans, they're going to have a place to park, so they may not need that. So if that's the case, can that permit not kind of be transferred to the new property rather than one being removed, if that makes sense? Because that's not adding to it. I recognise the problem with the policy situation is we don't want to just be adding more spaces willy-nilly because that will put pressure on everywhere. So if my question, I guess, is if there is already a space there, or if there's already a permit allocated to number 52, and 52 doesn't need it anymore, can number 50 therefore take that? Apologies if that's, I know that's quite a difficult transport matter, so I understand if that can't really be answered.
To answer, I think that you tell me if I'm wrong, Jane, but I mean, normally I wouldn't leave it up to you, but I mean, it's the highways matter. Resident parking is not to do with planning committee. You're asking questions, councillor, of the terms of reference of the resident parking scheme, and officers here are not in a position to answer those questions, I think, although if Dean wants to have a go, I'm perfectly willing to listen. Dean, do you want to comment on that question from councillor Carling about resident parking, enforcement of, etc.?
I think I'm going to end up repeating myself, unfortunately. It's just one of those. It's one of those matters which is not really the planning authorities. You know, we're not in charge of parking permits and things per residency. So, yeah, it's a bit of a difficult one. I understand the point raised, but we can't really control for it, unfortunately, under planning, in my view.
Councillor Corring, do you want to come back?
Thank you. Yeah, sorry, I realise we're going around in circles. Is it possible then to put in some kind of condition or informative that means when the new property is sold, assuming permission is granted, the buyers have to be informed very clearly of the fact that they're not eligible for a residence parking permit, or if the property is rented, before someone signs a contract, they are very clearly informed, because what I do not want is for there to be another resident who moves into this and then is forced to pay really extortionate rates on a daily basis because they have to have a car. And I recognise, obviously, there's a reason for this being sustainable development, we promote that, but when people need a car, then they need to make sure that they don't move into this residence, essentially. So is there a way we can make sure that people are very clearly informed?
Thank you, councillor. Did you want to speak?
Thank you, Chair. We can put an informative on there to let them know that the residents' property won't be eligible for a parking permit.
And would that ensure that when the property is sold or something, that there is some obligation on the seller to inform the buyer very clearly?
So we would hope that anybody selling the property would look at the planning permission for it. That's our assumption, that that's what people use when they look through the legal part of it. But that's as far as we can.
Sorry, I realise we're getting off topic, but does a solicitor normally look at these types of things? Right, so it's not that this will get missed. Somebody will spot this and tell the buyer, but yeah. Okay, fine, right, in which case that informative should hopefully address most of my concerns.
Possibly, councillor. There's a thing in law, I think, called buyer beware. So if the buyer, or it might be a renter, who knows, or we don't know what the future's going to do. He doesn't bother to read anything from their solicitor, they won't be aware of that. So they need to be understanding the situation. But I think what happens in these situations is that new houses often don't have residence parking scheme access. In terms of getting access to any sort of parking in the residence scheme, that needs to use the visitor permits, which I think is the ones that you were referring to in terms of cost, and those can cost between £1 and £2 a day often, and they get those from whoever, often not particularly legally, I suppose. Maybe if number 52 chose, for in this particular case, just for sake of argument, to sort of give them to number 50, as might become number 50, then that will be up to them. They wouldn't be doing the right thing, I don't think, in terms of reference to the scheme, but those things happen between neighbours and that sort of thing. But if they were renting it out, then maybe that wouldn't apply. And I'm going, as you can see, I'm talking about things that are nothing to do with this planning item now. But anyway, I think you've had some sort of, comfort from officers on that. Any more debate on this item? Yes, Councillor Thornborough.
Again, this is has accommodation in the roof space, but again, there would be no way. It implies from the drawing that this building is the same height as number 52. But is there a way of ensuring that it's as clear as possible if they should ease the Is there somewhere in the information where it says the ridge is X height above the slab level, like the previous schemes that we were talking about, or a... Thanks.
Thank you, councillor. That's one question. Dean, any more questions? Sorry, who am I? Is it Dean? I've forgotten. Yeah, Dean, yeah. Is Dean still there, by the way? He's not online anymore. Has he gone away? Might have lost him. Okay, that's unfortunate.
Oh, his computer's just gone down.
Okay. All right, we can carry on without Dean for the minute anyway. But were there any more questions for Dean when he does come back? To them anyway, Jane, if he's not coming back. So the other questions I had were just picking up on some things that were said earlier, which were the three trees that are being gotten rid of. I think on the plan it shows 3 trees, T6, T4 and T3. Are they the trees that are going, or are those the trees that are staying? Not quite clear. And on parking, there's some text on the parking space adjacent to number 52, which I can't read online because it's too small. I presume it's just to do with building the item out, not anything to do with anything we need to know today, but I just wanted to know what it said. I can see there's something about block paving, but anything else that might be pertinent to the argument about what is said there, I don't know. Councillor Thornborough, Dean's back.
Sorry to come back on something again, but this is a conservation area and T6 is a bigger tree. Is there a way that we can ensure that this new building won't compromise the future risk that the T6 will be requested by the insurance companies to be removed? Can we?
Okay.
Yeah.
Dean, you're back. Welcome. So I'll just do my questions again for you, Dean. I presume you didn't hear them. No. You are listening. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
I'm
okay.
back.
So just briefly, you talked earlier about 3 trees, or it was talked about 3 trees being removed. Are those the T6, T4 and T3, or are those the ones that are staying? And on the parking, on the space there, it says some stuff in small text, but I can't read it on my screen. Does it say anything important that we should be aware of in this planning committee before we make a decision? If that would be useful, please. Thank you.
Yeah, so T6, C3 and T4 are trees to be retained on site. And in response to Councillor Thornborough's point about protecting trees, I think she was referring to T6. There is a condition attached, a condition 4, which will ensure that there are measures in place to safeguard that tree during construction. So I hope that covers that point. The text on the site plan drawing just refers to dimensions in terms of space between the parked vehicle and the side elevation of the dwelling, just clarifying that there is sufficient space for a person to move their bike through without clunking the car or the dwelling. So yeah, it just gives finer details, that's all. I hope that clarified everything.
There was one other as well. If you missed it, maybe you went before you got this, but Councillor Thornborough asked about the eaves height of the proposed, ridge height of the proposed dwelling. Is it specified in numerical terms?
Sorry. I can confirm that the ridge height is 8.4 metres in height.
Councillor Thornborough.
Can I just come back on the tree? It's not protecting the tree during construction, it's protecting the tree into the future, because we've got several applications from insurance companies requesting trees are either hugely reduced or removed because of possible movement to the foundations of buildings. So this is even where it's very clear that the buildings are much, much, much newer than the trees. And we want to stop this happening if possible. So I think the tree condition the wording needs to be added to ensure that the foundations need to take account of the tree I mean, it's actually, under building regulations, it does, the design of the foundations have to take account of the tree in it growing to its full size. But that hasn't stopped insurance companies still applying to remove trees. And somehow I think that that we should have a planning condition to ensure that there's no chance in the future, you know, the people who build this building have to take all the risk in designing and building this, taking full account of the tree and the climate, and that at no point in the future would they be allowed to remove the tree on the basis that it's affecting the foundations somehow.
Yeah, well, we'll have the officer speak about that. Any more questions? No? Okay, back to you then, Dean, please.
Yeah, so obviously the tree itself has some protection being in the conservation area, so it does have statutory protection. However, we can add the condition or amend condition 4. It'd probably be better to add a new condition stating that if any trees to be retained dies or uprooted or removed, they'll be replaced with a similar species if that's a concern to members. So we can put that condition on any consent granted in terms of future proofing.
Thanks, Dean. I don't think that's what the councillor is getting at, really. But I don't think what the councillor is getting at is going to be something that we can condition in this planning committee. I can't see how we can make a reasonable condition that will protect a future occupier of this building if if an insurance company is not willing to insure the building, because the future occupier will need to insure their building, and so if the insurance company is saying something, they will need to adhere to that. Councillor Thornborough.
I'm afraid it's very complicated. My understanding is there's like 3 types of legislation that affects the protection of the trees in this kind of situation. But I think we would almost need a condition about the design of the foundations, because that is part and that is actually part of my understanding is planning legislation. All parts of the construction can be considered. So the foundation design has to take into account the trees, the existing trees, and how the trees might grow and take into account climate crisis. But if the committee agreed, then I would suggest that maybe the wording, the final wording of this was taken away and just brought back to chair and spokes, because there are several situations in the city now where this is happening, and if there's a way we can condition to prevent it in the future, that would be very helpful.
Yeah, we can have a go at that. Yeah, you want to say something, Jane?
Thank you, Chair. So condition 3 says, I'll start halfway through a sentence. For the protection of trees from damage during the course of any activity related to development, including supervision, demolition, foundation design, storage materials, groundworks. So it's just a couple of lines off the bottom of condition 3. It already mentions foundation design in there.
Yeah, okay. Thanks, Jane. I think what Councillor Thornborough is getting at is not that. I think it's about the future of this potential applied for development and how it might cause problems with the tree in the future. But Toby, you want to speak? I see your hand raised online.
Yeah, thanks, Martin. I mean, this is a difficult issue, but as Katie pointed out, the matter of the tree and the precise foundation design, together with the protection that's necessary for the foundations, is something that's covered in building control. We must trust that building control would adequately resolve that technical matter in terms of the delivery of the building and building control process. We can't control insurance companies coming forward any point in time in relation to these schemes, but I think with the building control matter kind of covering this, I don't necessarily see a reason why we should change the recommendation, Chair.
Toby, I think you finished, haven't you? You cut it up at the end, but we got all the message. So I think the, I mean, I thought building control myself, but the thing with building control, I think, Toby, is that they're interested in buildings, not trees, primarily. And Councillor Thornborough is interested in the tree here, to be specific, tree T6. So, I mean, I think what Councillor Thornborough said was probably quite useful if we do an informative to protect the tree going forward, and specifically going forward, not about the building site and all of that, but basically what tends to happen, as Councillor Thornborough said, is the building gets built and then the tree is cut down or cut back to such an extent it almost doesn't exist to protect the building that is then in place. So we don't want that to happen. So if we can do something along those lines with officers, and maybe do a bit of research on what other authorities are doing about this very, important matter, and then come back to Chair, Vice Chair and spokes. And would you want to see that as the Executive Councillor for Planning and Infrastructure, because this is something that could be a policy thing going forward?
I think it might be interesting for the whole committee to see that, but yes, I would very much like to see that, but not be part of the decision-making of the wording, but just be informed afterwards. Yeah.
Okay, well, I'll make sure as Chair that you're involved in knowledge of it, but we don't need to go to the whole committee, no, so we'll just do Chair, Vice Chair and spokes. Okay, so any more questions? Councillor Levine.
Well, I was just going to add, it would be useful to know what sort of tree it is, because different trees have different ways of roots growing, and how big it is. Might be useful just to add that to the discussion.
Yeah, they'll look into that, Councillor. And I mean, the thing is, all we need to know at the moment is the tree spread, the circle of it touches the edge of the proposed building, and that means the root structure will go to there, give or take, sometimes a bit more, in fact. So we need to know that. That's all for the moment. Okay, no more questions? Okay, let's go to the recommendation then, please. Oh, hang on. Oh, sorry, Ingrid. Oh, sorry, Councillor Florbo.
It's just actually a question. Is it possible that if the tree is going to be removed in the future for whatever reason, that needs to come to the committee? Is that possible or not?
No, that'll be a tree matter. So, but I expect the tree officer will ask for a replacement tree if that was the case. That would almost be certain to happen, yeah. But not this committee, no. Okay, in that case then, let's go to recommendation, please. Jane.
Thank you, Chair. So the recommendation as per paragraph 9.1 is to approve subject to conditions. And we have a further informative for the residents' parking and the tree informative for protecting the tree into the future. Thank you.
Thanks, Jane. Okay, so the recommendation is one of approval. All those in favour of that recommendation?
For, Chair.
Against? Abstentions?
2 abstentions.
So the item is approved. Thank you very much. Okay, thanks. Good debate. So next item is item number 11, Cherry Hinton Road. Lawrence is the case officer, and we've got speakers on that. We've got Sarah Galbraith, objector, and Michael Fleming, the agent, and Councillor Griffin is going to speak as well, or actually I think he sent a statement in. So, right there. Hello, Lawrence, good afternoon. So if you're ready to present the item then, please, Lawrence.
Good afternoon. We're here to discuss application reference 22/05304/FUL, which concerns the demolition of existing dwelling and erection of one number replacement 2-storey dwelling at 286 Cherrington Road, Cambridge. On screen are the existing elevations of the existing dwelling to be demolished. And on screen are the proposed elevations. As shown from the proposed front elevation now shown on screen. The proposed frontage is of a similar scale as the existing dwelling to be demolished. The outline in red shows the existing dwelling to be demolished, including the garage to be demolished. And please disregard this green line, which shows a previously withdrawn application and does not constitute any approval on site. The site plans show the existing on the left and the proposed on the right. And a closer look at the site plan, which shows the recently amended site plan, which shows the removal of the proposed drop curb widening, as this was not in the red line location plan or in the description of development, so it was requested to be removed by myself. Concerns have been raised by neighbouring occupiers with regards to loss of light. A daylight and sunlight impact assessment was requested from the applicant with regards to 294 Cherry Hinton Road, the results of which are shown on screen, and the figure on the right showing the reference to those windows. The outcome of this report shows all to pass, and so there are no concerns of loss of light to the amenity spaces of 294 Cherry Hinton Road. Further concerns have been raised from 282 Cherry Hinton Road with regards to loss of light. The situation as explained within the submitted committee report shows that there are a conservatory to the rear and 3 number side-facing windows on the east elevation of 282 Cherry Hinton Road, which were assessed. 2 number side-facing windows are already overshadowed and serve a functional kitchen with no dining space. The room is already subject to overshadowing from the existing dwelling, and furthermore, the kitchen space is deemed a functional room and not amenity space. And so loss of light to this room, whilst existing, is still not considered to impact residential amenity. There is 1 number side-facing window which will be subject to overshadowing, which is currently not subject to overshadowing. However, this window serves a toilet and is not considered a habitable room or an amenity space, so loss of light impacts to this window are not considered a concern for residential amenity. Regarding the conservatory, from the assessment conducted, the positioning of the property and the site visit undertaken, the conservatory is not considered to be subject to loss of light concerns. The proposed development is not considered to allow for adverse impacts to the residential amenity of neighbouring occupiers with regards to loss of light. With regards to planning balance, the key material considerations are the proposed development is considered to enhance the site by allowing an aged property with limited internal space to be replaced by a successfully designed contemporary property. There are greater levels of internal space, greater provisions for biodiversity and renewable technologies, and the proposal adequately respects the residential amenity of its neighbouring occupiers and the constraints of the site, and is recommended for approval.
Thank you, Lawrence. So speakers, first speaker is Sarah Galbraith, you're the objector. So you here. Hi, Sarah. If you want to come at the back, look there where the public speaker's seat is, and there's a little button on it on the right-hand side. If you press that, it lights up, and then you get 3 minutes to speak. And then half a minute before the end, the bell will go to let you know you're coming to the end of your time. So when you're ready, if you will, turn it on. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity to explain my concerns as the owner of 294 and also speaking on behalf of the owner of 282. We support a development of this property, but not this design. Our concerns are size, overshadowing, loss of light. The design itself does not meet BRE guidance, nor possibly local planning policy 57, and we have concerns with traffic management. Please see the site officer's plans in the site plans in the officer's report, and the 3D model in the base energy report, page 10, which I don't know if you can have those displayed. This 2-storey extension is considerably beyond the footprint of the existing building. Whilst a similar depth to adjacent properties, note these properties have only single-storey rear extensions. The proposal overshadows adjacent homes and will result in an overbearing building. The design does not fit with the size of adjacent properties and I believe does not comply with local policy plan 57. There's reduced light to habitable rooms of both neighbouring properties. Regarding loss of light to the key kitchen dining room of 294, the applicant's daylight study measures the vertical sky component. This measure does not give any accurate indication of the loss of daylight within the room and is only one part of BRE guidance. I have submitted 2 independent no skyline reports which measure the impact of the loss of light in the kitchen. These have been given no weight in the officer's report. Both no skyline studies fail BRE guidance. Critically, the study relating to the current application calculates that the area of the room with sky view and adequate light from the key window will be reduced by 31%, failing BRE guidance. It appears undemocratic and not due process to consider one report and not others submitted. Both VSC and the No Skyline report should be taken into account by the committee. This proposal fails BRE guidance and needs to be scaled back. There is also overshadowing of the neighbouring property 282, and I have submitted a photo demonstrating the impact of the applicant's 2-storey rear design on 282, with red arrows indicating the extent. The kitchen of 282 has a table used for eating, working and for family gatherings, and I would suggest this is habitable room and should also be subject to loss of light assessment, but no daylight studies have been done for this. Regarding traffic management, I note the recommended condition for a TMP. Nearby street Lilac Court is a single carriageway with parking, private forecourt, garages and no suitable turning area, and is totally unsuitable for the construction vehicles. I request a condition to be added that the Lilac Court must not be used for any construction or delivery vehicles. In summary, as the current application fails to meet BRE guidance and significantly impacts neighbouring properties, contrary to Planning Policy 57, I suggest it should be refused or approved only after submission of a scaled-back design with studies demonstrating it passes all BRE guidelines. Scaling back would still provide a large, pleasant 3-bed house without causing loss of light to neighbouring properties. A condition should be added that no construction or delivery vehicles access Lilac Court. Thank you.
Let's finish. Okay, thank you very much, Sarah. Thank you. Thanks very much. So the next speaker is Michael Fleming, agent. You're here, right? Hello, Michael. So same thing, just press the button and get 3 minutes and half a minute before the end. The bell will ding to let you know it comes to the end.
Thank you for the opportunity to address you today on this application. I'm Mike Fleming and I'm the architect who has prepared this proposal on behalf of the applicants who I'm representing today. Firstly, I'd like to thank the planning officer both for their detailed report and their work to help shape this proposal through amendments to the scheme to achieve a positive recommendation. The proposal now before you has been amended through the course of the application, but also responds to previous attempts to extend the existing house where the extent of the proposed changes were not found to be acceptable. This has resulted in this application for a new dwelling in lieu of the existing property, which, it is agreed, provides a more appropriate dwelling on the land. It is clear, therefore, that this scheme has been developed from a fully informed position, recognising the potential that this site offers, but also ensuring that the impacts of the proposal are appropriately addressed. The applicants are pleased that the planning officer has carefully assessed all of the relevant issues and reached a conclusion that this proposal causes no harm. It is to be noted that particular attention has been given to the comments made by neighbouring residents with regards to loss of light, and that the planning officer has taken the time to visit the neighbouring properties to ensure that the proposal now before you does not give rise to a detrimental impact to their amenity. I believe, therefore, that the report before you today comes from a well-informed position and accurately assesses the impacts of this proposal relative to the development plan policies. The proposal to build a replacement dwelling on this site offers opportunities to achieve a number of benefits and deliver betterment to the current position. Firstly, the design is found by your officer to be high quality and to successfully contribute to the site and surrounding area. Secondly, the opportunity has been taken to provide enhanced landscaping in accordance with Policy 55 of the local plan. Thirdly, there are biodiversity enhancements which are also secured. And of particular importance is that the proposal offers the opportunity to deliver a dwelling that incorporates sustainable design and construction, including the use of renewable technology and water efficiency measures. The effect of these benefits is that the new dwelling will enhance its surroundings, is supported by new planting, will deliver improved biodiversity compared to the existing site, and results in a dwelling that performs significantly more efficiently than the existing property. These are all tangible benefits which, in the absence of any harm, demonstrate that this proposal should be supported. I would thereby ask that you please endorse your officer's recommendation to approve the sustainable new dwelling. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Michael. Okay, so the last speaker, well, it's not speaker, it's Councillor Griffin, who's got a statement to be read out. So, Chris, if you kindly do that, please. Oh, hang on a minute. So, Michael, if you just turn the microphone off, please, at the back there on the public speaker table, or is it might muck things up?
Press the same button.
Right, thank you.
Votes for con.
And again, it never worked. That's it. Thanks.
Please register my support for Sarah Galbraith's concerns regarding the current plans for the development at 286 Cherry Hinton Road. I do believe that she has a good reason to be concerned about the loss of light at her home. Could the planning committee please take into consideration the base energy study that she has submitted? Regards, Councillor Tim Griffin, Coleridge Ward.
Okay, right, debate then. So just before we start, I'd just like to allude to especially the points, or especially one point by the objector, Sarah. So I'm sure, Lawrence, you've taken all of her points into account, and maybe you'd like to respond to all of those now that you think is useful for us to be aware of with a response. But especially, she said that the application site fell foul of the BRE guidance. So if you want to respond to that point first before we get going on debate, please.
As set out within BRE guidance, to request a daylight and sunlight impact assessment, a development has to fail on both 25 and 45 degree rule of thumb. The current proposals are, as shown from the front elevation proposed earlier, are similar in scale as the dwelling to be demolished. In addition to that, it doesn't fail the rules of thumb to a point which would request a daylight sunlight study impact assessment. The applicants have done so anyway twice, following amendments due to concerns of overbearing to 294 Cherry Hinton Road. The documents provided by the applicant show the scheme to pass. With regards to the BRE guidance, the impact assessment submitted by the objector appears to the to the case officer and team members to be inconclusive with regards to loss of light impacts. We haven't been able to determine how solid the report submitted by the objector truly is. But the daylight impact assessment submitted by the applicant, which have been reviewed with team members, show the development to pass, and so are accepted as such.
So just to be clear then, we councillors can work on the basis that it did not fail BRE guidance. Thank you very much. And just before we start on debate, I'll just say that it's often the case we have a house and we want to extend the house, and there's all the worry about being overshadowed and loss of light and all that. This is obviously a completely new house, so the building that's existing there that looks like a reasonable looking house is going to be demolished. I presume it hasn't been already, as far as I know. And then a new house will be built. And the new house, so policy size for a 4-bed house is 84 square metres minimum requirement. So 84. This house is 307 square metres. So quite a lot bigger than the policy size. That doesn't mean it has to be policy size, but we don't normally see houses that go that much bigger very often. So just to be clear on that. And also we don't have any, although it's not relevant for this planning committee, we don't have any internal plans. So it's not quite clear what happens in the space, because clearly there will be room for a lot more than 3 bedrooms in there, but we don't know. So it's a very big house. It will no doubt be overbearing. If not, it might meet the BRE guidance, but in my opinion, from what I can see, it will be a very overbearing property for its neighbours, immediate neighbours at the very least. Councillor Thornborough.
I am concerned that this is going to reduce the loss of light in the particularly 282, because it's quite close there. And I think you did say that there was indeterminate. It was slightly unclear from what was written in the light study that was submitted by the neighbours. We have often raised concerns about loss of light through, and this committee's always taken it very seriously. And I think we've deferred projects in the past as well when it hasn't absolutely been clear that there is no loss of light, and it's a three-dimensional problem, and and so I think the applicant's the neighbours' submissions need to be very carefully gone through, and I haven't looked at that. I haven't been through the neighbours' submission to understand what they're saying and how it contradicts from the applicant's study. It'd be nice to know exactly where the contradictions are. And I'm also concerned about whether this car is the visibility displays, I think, are in the wrong place, and I don't know if the car on the site is going to be just going in and is meant to be turning around and reverse, or just will reverse out. And the other, it was those points. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. So, Councillor Carling, you're a new member of this committee, Councillor Carling. So the BRE measure is a measure of whether much light has been cut out from neighbouring sites or not, and there's a way of arriving at an amount of light loss that means it's significant. And the argument being made here, the case officer said that not enough light is being cut out, but that doesn't mean that light won't be cut out. It could lose a lot of light, but still not be enough to trigger the BRE guidance number.
Yeah, thank you. I think it was when I sort of read through the application, I certainly went and looked into sort of the specifics of that guidance. I'm a bit concerned that the neighbours have submitted evidence that we haven't seen. I'm really reluctant to sort of make a proper decision when we haven't seen potentially inconclusive or opposing evidence to what's been presented by the applicant. So I am a bit uneasy about that, and we'll see how the debate goes. But if that can't be resolved, I may be minded to propose that we defer the application until we can look at that in more detail. That was the main thing. I think there was discussion about kind of, in terms of the similarities with other properties, with this one having a two-storey rear extension rather than one, and the way in which that impacts upon it. So, yeah, I suppose that's my concern, really. I'm just worried that we haven't seen the evidence from the objector. So I would be grateful if you could shed a bit more light on it for us about exactly what that was saying. That would be helpful.
Councillor Levine.
Thank you. Well, two separate things. First, to continue the discussion on light, which is obviously a major problem. Looking at the aspect of it, the orientation, it's a long building, so I would expect there to be a longer period of loss of light to 282 during the sort of the morning and early afternoon. Just looking at it, I'm no architect, but it looks like that to me. I can see the impact will be quite serious. And the second thing is, there doesn't look to be very much room for access to the garden at the back, very much side access. I mean, if you want to get a wheelbarrow down to your garden, maybe just, but I'd like some clarification on how much space there is at the side of the building for access to the garden, please. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. So just to be clear with everyone, the front of the building faces roughly north. So 282 will have morning sun cut out, and 284 will have afternoon and evening sun cut out from its area, environs. Any more questions? No? Okay. So, Lawrence, can you deal with those then, please? Actually, Lawrence, by the way, your microphone. But just before you start, whilst the objector, Sarah, wasn't it, was speaking, you showed a photo, I think maybe that she'd submitted maybe to Planning Portal. Perhaps if you could use that as well when you were speaking, or anything else that might be useful to us. And there was mention also, just don't forget about the mention that we might have all the information. I wasn't quite clear whether that was the case or not, so just be clear on that.
So I'll just quickly run through all the information submitted by the objector. So the objector made reference to this within her 3-minute discussion earlier, from a first floor window at 294 Charrington Road, showing a section of the 2-storey element of the proposed property and its relation to neighbouring property 282, which is situated west of the site, and shown there just at the image. So that is neighbouring property 282, and this image is taken from the objector's property 294, with 286 obviously sat in between the two. These plans were submitted by the objector with regards to requests to scale back the 2-storey element of the proposals to make sure it no longer overshadows 282 or 294. These are the site plans existing and proposed, with some comments below stating the red dashed lines marks the extent of existing and proposed 2-storey build. The proposed plan for 2-storey build extends southwards far beyond the existing 2-storey build of 286 and the 2 stories of 282 and 294. It overshadows 282 single-storey conservatory and single-storey extension of 294 and is out of proportion. They were comments from the objector. The sunlight impact assessment submitted by the objector, quite a lengthy document, and concludes with imagery at the bottom of the report here, showing this will be the impact to the kitchen.
I can add, Larry, so that was submitted on the 3rd of May by the neighbour as part of their objection and made public.
This was also submitted, which again shows the apparent impacts of the development on the kitchen of 294. To answer the questions, I believe Councillor Thornborough had some concerns of the light impacts to 282, as there was no light impact submitted for 282. As outlined within the officer report, the windows subject to loss of light are already either subject to loss of light or not considered habitable rooms, so don't class as amenity space, and so, as outlined within policy 56 of the local plan, its adverse impacts to the residential amenity space of neighbouring occupiers, and a functional kitchen and a toilet-only room are not considered habitable spaces, and so are not considered amenity space. To continue?
Yeah, you carry on, Lawrence.
The impact assessment submitted for 294, as stated previously, the applicants show a pass and the objectors seems inconclusive. But with regards to 282, those windows, we have no mechanism as officers to request a sunlight daylight impact assessment, seeing how the rooms affected aren't considered amenity spaces. The conservatory will still be well above the BRE guidance with regards to light admittance and is served by 2 roof lights. So has additional, will continue to benefit from the great deal of light in which it already receives. The driveway concerns concerning the visibility displays, the Highways Authority have been formally consulted as part of this application. Sorry about that. And have suggested a compliance condition with regards to visibility displays provided. I have no reason as a planning officer to believe that the highways officers are wrong. And in addition to that, the driveway is existing. They do already have at least number 1 off-street parking space, and the parking space provided are in line with policy, with a maximum of 2, and conditions are going to be applied as such to restrict that. Councillor Carling's questions regarding a lack of evidence. Again, as discussed with our team, we trust the applicant's provisions, which have concluded that the windows serving 294 will not be subject to adverse impacts regarding loss of light. I believe that answers your question as well with 282 loss of light impact.
Well, yes, on the light, but I'm still curious about the amount of
Yes, the
space for
access.
you're coming to the access.
Yeah, on the east side of the property, there is going to be a 1.3 metre wide access retained, which is larger than policy requirements.
Okay, thanks, Lawrence. So just to be clear, your answers are for all of us, not just an individual councillor. So, Councillor Thornbury, you wanted to come back on something, I think.
Just quickly, when you said that kitchens are generally not considered habitable rooms unless you eat in the kitchen, can you just confirm that it's just a kitchen and not an eating space as well as a kitchen?
As shown, it's primarily just countertops with a access door just on the left-hand side of the fridge. Sorry, the photo isn't as clear as it possibly could be. The amenity spaces are largely rear of this kitchen. This kitchen leads into the rear extension and conservatory space. But from the site visits conducted, it is just a functional room and sits sits 3.9 metres away from the existing property and will only sit 2.9 metres away from the current proposals.
Chair, sorry.
Okay, thanks for that. And I'm presuming it's okay to share the interior photos of this property. It must be on the public domain already, I presume. Is it on the planning portal? Case officer photo. Well, we've done it anyway. Councillor Thornborough.
I'm sorry. It's the report from 284, the comprehensive report states that it's a kitchen dining room, where it's showing, we had that graph up, that the blue and yellow graph, that said that's a kitchen dining room, but I'm on 282, is that just a kitchen in 282? Kitchen, but 284.
Use your microphone, Lawrence.
282 is just a kitchen and 294 is a kitchen dining, which is why the previous applications were withdrawn because of impacts regarding loss of light to the window, which is currently concerning the objector. We had recommended, well, we're going to recommend refuse on previous applications because of loss of light. We understand that it is an issue. And we had, well, the mechanisms we have for assessment as officers allowed us to refuse it, but in this instance, the mechanisms we have available for assessment do not allow us to refuse or warrant further impacts assessments. The ones provided have shown a pass, and we have no reason to believe that that isn't the case, especially from the site visits conducted within previous applications because of concerns raised by this objector.
Thank you. Councillor Carling, you wanted to speak.
Thank you. Yeah, and thank you for showing us that report. I think that was really helpful. Does that report have any kind of written conclusion in it? Because you showed us the photos toward the end, but I didn't see whether there was any sort of text conclusion that said whether or not the reporters did or didn't believe that there was an impact. If there is some kind of conclusion, I think it would be very helpful for us to see that. My other question relates to policy 57 of the local plan, which was raised when the objector was speaking. Would you just mind explaining what policy 57 is and whether or not this application may or may not meet it? That would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Am I right in saying that people would like to read the conclusion from the daylight impact assessment provided by the objector now then?
How long is it?
Page?
Yeah, I think it's pertinent, so yeah, go ahead, take your time. Hold on a minute, Lawrence. Are we okay listening to this? It's in the public domain. I'm asking Keith, the legal officer, so we're listening to a document being read out that we haven't checked with another expert.
Who's the owner of the document? The owner of the document that you wish to show.
It was provided by the objector.
If you've got the objector's consent and it's in the public domain, then I don't see a problem with it. But without consent, I don't think you should share it.
Yeah, Sarah's nodding, that's good. Okay, go ahead then.
At the conclusion of the submitted report reads, as previously stated, there are proposals for the demolition of an existing family dwelling to make way for the construction of a new, larger three-bedroom dwelling at number 286 Cherrington Road, Cambridge, CB17AU. The purpose of this report is to ascertain whether the proposed development will adversely impact the daylight distribution levels enjoyed currently within the ground floor kitchen/dining room serving number 294 Cherrington Road. Using industry standard methodology, we have made numerical analysis to calculate the recommended levels of daylight distribution for the rooms detailed in this report. The main criteria used in this analysis is to show compliance is the no sky line / daylight distribution to assess the level of diffused daylight within a room by determining the proportion of the room that has a direct view of the sky. The results have shown that the kitchen dining room serving number 294 Cherrington Road does not meet the minimum requirements to meet the no sky line criteria in accordance with BRE guidelines. Where the room should retain at least 80% of its original sky view, the proposed development will cause an adverse impact resulting in an overall 31% reduction in sky view, which equates to a retention value of 69.35%. Despite the window serving the kitchen dining room at number 294 Cherrington Road meeting the VSC targets shown in the daylight sunlight report produced by Planning for Sustainability, this should be interpreted as a guide, as it only shows a limited view of the overall impact that the window may experience, and no indication of the impact within the room itself. To reiterate the BRE guide, where large parts of the working plane lie beyond the NSL, the internal natural lighting conditions will be poor, regardless of the VSC value, and where there is significant movement in the position of the NSL contour following a development, the impact on internal amenity can be significant. Therefore, by undertaking a more detailed analysis of the daylight distribution within the room itself, the results show that the kitchen/dining room will not retain at least 80% of its existing sky view, and we can clearly see there will be an adverse impact on the occupier's daylight levels enjoyed, and the room will be gloomier when compared to its existing condition.
Thank you, Lawrence. Councillor Dryden, go first.
Query, Chair, going back to kitchen diner, if there's policies, because some people call them a kitchen with breakfast bar, and I know some people have their main meal in the evening in the dining room, but in the morning you get up and you have your breakfast in the kitchen. So is that, if that's the case, then would that change the rules or inhabit a room? I only say that because I know mine, when I used to, I had my breakfast in the kitchen.
Yeah, good point, Councillor.
They call it breakfast bar.
Yeah, so with regards to that, we do take that into consideration within our site visits. It's usually when there is no seating capabilities or what have you, I understand what breakfast bars are and when that will make a room considered to be habitable or amenity space. With regards to the current kitchen at number 282, so number 294, as previously stated, has been identified as amenity space, does have breakfast bars and what have you. And, the previous schemes have been withdrawn on the basis of loss of light to that room. Regarding 282, it is just simply a countertop and functional aspects of a room. It doesn't appear to have or hold amenity value with regards to the assessments we do for loss of light impacts to functional or habitable rooms within our assessments as officers.
Thank you, Lawrence. So you started out, Lawrence, by describing the loss of light as being a little uncertain. You were uncertain in your description, which is understandable. And you have two somewhat conflicting reports. And so, although I myself, as I spoke about it, I'm more concerned about the scale, massing and overbearing nature of the proposed building, and although the loss of light, which I perceive to be there, may not be significant in terms of BRE guidance, I am still concerned about the loss of light, but as a secondary factor. But I feel that there might be an argument here for deferring this item so that we can compare these two conflicting reports. But only if councillors wish to do that. I'm never a great fan of deferring things, as you know. If you want to make a decision today, let's do it. But what do other councillors think? Jane, do you want to comment on that before they come back?
If the application is deferred, then we can take away the report submitted by both the agent and the neighbour and compare them in the officer report ready for next time. That would be our suggestion.
Councillor Thornborough?
It's a good question, Chair, but I also feel that there are issues about size and overbearing nature of this scheme, and if it was just a matter of this issue about the report, then I would certainly say defer it. But if there are other issues of concern, then maybe it's worth continuing.
Right, okay. Anyone else want to say anything? Councillor Dryden.
The same as you, Chair. I don't like going deferring if you don't have to, but on this occasion, I think it's quite important for the residents it's going to affect. But we do look into it deeper.
What are you saying? You're saying we should defer or not defer?
I do agree. Unusually, I do in this case.
Okay, so is there any advantage or disadvantage to the applicant or the objector in terms of deferring, Jane? Funny question, I know, but I just want to be clear what we're doing here if we choose to defer.
Chair, perhaps I can help. You'd be deferring to enable officers to go away and to evaluate the two reports and come back with an analysis of the two, of comparison, to see, I won't say which one is accurate, but which one the planning authority should prefer and rely upon. If you defer for that reason alone, that won't alter your future look at when it comes back to committee on the other areas that Councillor Thornborough has expressed disquiet about. So it will come back for a full, complete analysis again.
So that seems satisfactory. I appreciate your point, Councillor Thornborough, but I think that if we were to want to refuse the officer recommendation, we should refuse it for correct reasoning and every reason, not just... At the moment, I could only say that I could argue for, and I'm not very keen on the officer recommendation myself, for the scale and massing and overbearing nature, but I think the matter of light is not clear to me at the moment, loss of light. Councillor Carling.
Thank you, Chair. If we are minded to defer the application, is there any sort of possibility that it'll be taken away from us and determined by the planning inspectorate instead? It won't be there's no non-determination problem.
No, we haven't made I would defer to officers, but we haven't made a recommendation at this stage, so there can be no appeal. Toby, you want to speak?
Yeah, I just want to jump in, Chair. I mean, there is a chance that the applicants could appeal against non-determination, but I think in all likelihood they would want to see what the outcome is from planning committee. The other matter that springs to mind if members are minded to defer the application is whether actually there may be cause to have a member site visit to the affected properties to understand the nature of the spaces that are affected in this case. I'm putting it forward as a suggestion.
Okay, thanks, Toby. Sounds good. Councillor Carling.
Yeah, just to say that I think we've all just kind of looked around the room at one another, and I think we all perhaps agree that a site visit will be useful in this case. So bearing that in mind, I think perhaps we can propose to defer the application.
And just to be absolutely clear, that all sounds good. So I don't know where we are in terms of determination. Does this item need to be determined today, or are we're okay time-wise? Okay. I think it sounds like it might be a good idea to defer it then, get the information, possibly have a site visit if we can, and then do that. Okay, so we just have a vote on that then. All those in favour of deferring the item for that reasoning?
Unanimous, Chair.
Okay, great. Okay, thanks very much. So thank you to the speakers for coming today. And so just to be clear, we'll defer the item. We'll get more information. We may have a site visit if that's possible. And then this item will come back to a future meeting of this committee. I can't say which one. It might be the next one, but it just depends on when we have all the information we need to be able to make a decision. So thank you. So in that case, we'll move on to the next planning item, which is item number 12, 85 Coleridge Road. And that's, oh, Lawrence again. Hi, Lawrence. So we've got, no public speakers, but Councillor Anna Smith is going to speak on that item after the presentation. So, Lawrence, are you okay to go now? Yep, okay. So if you want to, Councillor Dryden, you need to go now, don't you? So thank you very much for coming for this morning. Yeah, no, absolutely, yeah. Right, thanks, Councillor. So, right, so Councillor Dryden has to go. We're still quorate. Councillor? Okay, all right. So when you're ready then, Lawrence, please.
We're here to discuss application reference 23/00184/S73, which is a section 73 application to remove condition 3 of approval reference 22/04988/HFUL, which was approved for a single-storey rear extension at 85 Coleridge Road. On screen are the existing and now approved elevations for the single-storey extension being considered. Above are the existing, and below includes the proposed single-storey rear, which has been approved in 2022. And on site are the existing ground floor plan and the approved ground floor plan, which show the extent of the garden room approved, which had a 21 square metre floor area. The designs of the extension, as shown on screen, utilise a flat roof. Cambridge Local Plan 2018 Policy 31 requires any flat roof to be a green or brown biodiverse roof, providing that in terms of its context and the historic environment it would be acceptable, and the structural capacity of the roof, if it is a refurbishment, is suitable. On the screen is the condition applied, which is the standard green roof condition applied to any accessible flat roof within the city. The benefits of green and biodiverse roofs are shown on screen, which show only part of their improvements, but improvements for surface water management, biodiversity enhancement, and reduction in energy usage. Alternatives were suggested to the applicant and agent to avoid the need for a green roof condition to be applied. They could pitch the roof to above 10 degrees, as outlined in the Cambridge Local Plan. A roof pitch below 10 degrees is considered a flat roof. No justification in planning terms has been provided as to why this is not achievable. They could reduce the width of the extension to comply with the general permit development order. There's been no justification in planning terms as to why this has not been explored. On balance, there are appropriate alternatives available. Biodiverse roofs provide extensive benefits, and officers cannot diverge from policy. So officers' recommendation is to refuse this development.
You finished, Lawrence?
Yes, sorry, I have.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so the recommendation is refusal. The we have Anna Smith to speak, Councillor Anna Smith. So, Anna, when you're ready, we have unlimited time to speak. Do you want to remove your thing off the screen, please, Lawrence, the sort of presentation, so we can see Councillor Smith?
And I just want to assure committee that I'm not planning on using too long a time frame for this, so I'll try and keep it very brief. And thank you for allowing me to address the committee today. And I'm addressing the committee on behalf of Ms. Lorraine Farhi, who is the resident. And I'm going to start by reading you an extract from the original, quite distressed email that I received from Ms. Farhi about this application. So I'm now speaking in her words. I'm disabled and also pre-dialysis. Sorry, Chair, I'm getting feedback, which is slightly off-putting. I don't know if there's a mic switched on that shouldn't be. I'll try again and see if that makes any difference. I'm disabled and also pre-dialysis with end-stage renal failure. I live with my mother, who has Parkinson's disease. We are looking at building an extension to our terrace, as when I start dialysis, I will need a dedicated specialist room to dialyse in. When the application was submitted, it was agreed on the basis that the extension be fitted with a green roof. As a disabled person with one leg, I could not possibly maintain such a roof, and neither can my mother. So I asked planning if that condition could be dropped because it effectively prevented me from building the extension. My request to have the green roof dropped as a condition was turned down. The only option given to me was to build with a pitch roof, which would cost over £10,000 more. I feel this is discriminatory, as effectively the only way I can attain the extension as a non-disabled person is almost double the price because I cannot climb and care for a green roof. Now, I have to say I'm very sympathetic to Ms. Farhi's situation here. She needs the extensions for medical reasons, and it's been designed with that in mind. She is disabled, she cannot maintain a green roof, and she is faced with a significant additional bill to maintain the conditions. Ms. Farhi tells me that the upshot of this is that she is likely to have to travel three times a week to the hospital for her dialysis rather than being able to have it at home. Ms. Farhi wanted to be here in person to make her case today, but she contacted me at the end of last week to say she has now also been diagnosed with cancer and is preparing for an operation on at the weekend, which is why I am speaking on her behalf. The resident would be willing to install other possible mitigations around the property, such as a rain garden, which are easier for her to maintain and would also meet the need to preserve water. She would have absolutely no concern about fitting a green roof except for her disability. The green roof would not affect the design of the property, which is required for her dialysis. But the pitched roof is significantly more expensive, and she would not have to fit it were she able-bodied. Now, I'd be the first person to absolutely understand why we have this rule in place and the environmental importance of this rule, and I would not normally come to planning committee asking committee to grant an exception to this rule. However, I sincerely believe that in this case, an exemption is a perfect example of where reasonable adjustment should be applied, and I urge committee to support a disabled resident with complex needs and grant an exception to the green roof in this case. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Thank you. If you want to turn your camera off now, and obviously welcome to listen to the debate. So just in terms of the debate, councillors, there's a few things to sort of like be aware of in this. So just to be clear, well, actually, I'll say these things, but I want you to comment on them, Lawrence, because it's easier if I just say them and then you can sort of say yay or nay in terms of what my understanding is. But I understand that a green roof need not necessarily need much maintenance, especially if it's a sedum roof or something like that. It's just, you just plant it and then it gets going by itself. The pitched roof, the cost of £10,000, I believe, is not a planning matter, but in terms of cost of a pitched roof, I think you spoke about a pitched roof being more than 10 degrees. Well, the £10,000 that was mentioned, which I say isn't relevant to this committee to consider, might well refer to a much steeper pitch that might have, say, tiles or something of that nature on it. So it could be a pitched roof with felt, I imagine, that would meet that need to have a pitch and then would not need to be a green roof. And then the exception possibility. So with in this sort of circumstance where we have a special case, a disabled person, it could well be that we think it's a suitable case to make an exception and to allow the applicant not to have a green roof. So it is possible. So can you just comment on any of that I've got right or wrong, please, Lawrence?
Regarding maintenance of green roofs, from the studies available online, it will take roughly 2 per year. They need maintenance twice a year. So it is very, very limited. I believe it's similar to maintenance for guttering or what have you. Costs of pitched roofs, we have requested this from the agent as evidence. I don't think I want to comment any further on the costs, seeing how it's not necessarily a planning matter, but at the same time, requested evidence hasn't been provided. Regarding the exceptional possibility of the application, I am more of, have been made aware of the applicant's health concerns, and they have, I'd love to give as much consideration as I could to that within my decision making, but as a planning officer, I'm just not permitted to diverge from policy, and that is why the application is here today. I do understand the needs and concerns of the applicant, but I am subject to the tools and mechanisms available, unfortunately.
Thanks very much. Right, Councillor Thornborough.
I think we're always asked to consider for future occupants, not just the applicant, and I think green roofs are to be commended. But I did wonder whether the condition says no more than a maximum of 25% sedum planted as a sub-base, and so that would be predominantly a mix of wildflowers. I think the wildflower is the issue where they would require more maintenance than, there are sometimes they're just full sedum roofs. You can just do a sedum roof without wildflowers, and the level of maintenance is significantly less. And I wonder if in this case we could amend the condition so that it's a sedum roof and not have the requirement for wildflowers. And then I think it would then be maintenance between 1 and 5 years, my understanding, because you don't need to do the weeding or the fertilising. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Levine.
Well, thank you. I'd just like to back that up. It seems to me that a low maintenance brown roof is the ideal compromise here, in my view. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carling.
Thank you. Yeah, that's quite an interesting suggestion. I'd be interested to hear from the officer about whether that would then meet the policy. The only other question I had was just to, just sort of in the interest of exploring all the options open to us, would it be possible theoretically to have some kind of condition such that whenever the ownership of the house changes, then it has to become a green roof, even if it wasn't originally? Just, I thought I'd throw it out there just as a potential option, because I'd like to understand it may not be feasible, but thanks.
Yeah, so should be leaving this to you really, Lawrence, but I'll just say it anyway. So I mean, I think the thing with that point, Councillor Carling, and I'd said it, I was going to say it in another context anyway, is that a green roof requires a different sort of structure to a normal roof, if you like. So basically more steel, more concrete, more support because it's heavier, and that also means it costs more. So in terms of the mention of a cost involved, which is not a planning matter, green roofs cost more basically than the cheapest form of structure. But I wasn't quite clear on one other thing, Lawrence, and correct me if I was wrong on anything I said there, by the way. So in terms of a pitched roof, could it not be that a shallowly pitched felt roof would suffice? I mean, it seems like the applicant hasn't come back with any sort of response to, you could just do a shallowly pitched flat roof and it would be a sloping roof. It wouldn't be a flat roof, but it would be acceptable to us and cheaper for the applicant to put in. I'm just trying to sort out a problem here and find a fix.
Regarding amending the condition, I'm not fully aware of the maintenance concerns for a standard low-intensity sedum roof. The discussions we've had in the construction of this standard condition have gone through our sustainability team, our drainage team, and our landscape team, our ecology team, to ensure that the benefits that could be provided are going to be optimum. And this is the standard condition applied to all flat roof extensions within the city when they are deemed accessible. Amending the condition, however, if councillors feel that that is the most suitable approach, I'd be open to further discussions if needs be, but with regards to the standard conditions we have available and the mechanisms we have for applying that condition, this is the condition which is required and is the one which is suggested and is the one which is being proposed to be removed. The application is for removal of condition, not for varying the condition, and so it may not be doable within this current application. Regarding the condition for, with regards to restricting wildflowers, again, it is just the condition applied was amended within the last year following the introduction of the new biodiversity SPD, which doubled down basically on the need for wildflowers and enhanced biodiversity, which is why the condition has been written in that way. Regarding a condition for post-ownership, I'd like to echo the Chair's points regarding structural integrity of a building. You can retrospectively add green roofs, but I'm not aware, I've never heard of a sort of post-occupancy or condition for post-ownership being applicable or legal. Regarding a more shallow pitch, again, the policy states that it's a 10-degree pitch. If we'd be diverging for a, we have applied the green roof policy to pitched roofs of 7 degrees, of 8 degrees. When it hits 9 degrees, that's when we usually have a discussion, or, if it's going, if it's close to the 10-degree pitch, we have a discussion and ask applicants to increase the pitch further to make sure the development's compliant with policy. I have suggested a pitched roof approach, as stated. There are other alternatives available which have been made clear to the applicant. But unfortunately, in this case, we would still be diverging from policy if we were to accept a shallow pitch, and that would still require a secondary application.
Not quite clear. So 10 degrees or greater, or still shallow, but 10 degrees is not policy compliant, are you saying?
No, so the policy states that any roof which has a pitch lower than 10 degrees is considered a flat roof, and as it's considered a flat roof, will require a green roof condition to be applied.
That's what I thought. So it seems there's a lack of communication here, but if the applicant was to apply to install a pitched roof of 10 degrees, then that would be policy compliant and could be very cheap, felt roof, not a problem, and we wouldn't have this discussion about green roofs. The thing is, we can't redesign the scheme on the table. It's not our scheme, it's the applicant's scheme. But what do? I mean, I'm stuck. I suppose the only option for us is to either defer the item and see if the applicant will accept that suggestion from us, or to just say yay to the application and say we go against the officer recommendation, but that seems wrong as well. Councillor Thornborough.
Yeah, I think that it doesn't have to be a dual pitch 10 degrees. It could be a mono pitch 10 degrees roof, so which is actually not increasing the area of the roof, tiny increase in the area. So
I meant mono pitch, yeah. Sorry, I wasn't clear. Yeah. Did you want to speak, Jane?
Sorry, thank you, Chair. So this application at the moment is for the removal of the condition. If they were going to come in to change the design of it, then it would be the variation of a different condition instead. So it need a decision on this application to then come in with a different one. Thank you.
So we've got the choice then. We can either allow it and go against the officer recommendation, or we can concur with the officer recommendation and hopefully they come back with a better scheme that's going to work better for everyone. Councillor Levine, did you want to say something?
Well, I think I'm going to go around in a circle here. But if I understand it right, we can't just change the conditions so that it's a flat roof, bit of a simple low maintenance type. It seems that there isn't scope within this meeting to do that. If there is scope to do that, and I suggest we do that. Keep the condition, but that it be a low maintenance flat roof. If we can do that, I would suggest it.
Councillor Carling?
As I understand it, the issue with that would be that it still wouldn't be policy compliant because of the new policy. So even if we made it a simpler a sedum roof, it still wouldn't then be policy compliant, so we're in the same situation, as in it wouldn't be as suitable. So it's a bit tricky.
I was afraid of that.
It's very difficult to say. This isn't necessarily a planning consideration, but if we were minded to refuse the application along with the recommendation, and then the applicant submitted a new application to change some other factor, could that then come to the next meeting, or would the consultation period mean that it would have to be deferred until sort of August, September? Because I think for the applicant's health here, it would be preferable if we can resolve this ideally by the next committee meeting at the latest. So I'd be interested to hear about the timescale of any future application. I realise it's not a material consideration.
Well, in terms of timescales, I'll leave that to the officers, except to say that normally we don't give a definite date for the next, when it comes to a next meeting, although we just say, a future meeting, but it's a small item. It should be able to come to any planning meeting. So I don't know if you wanted to comment on that, Jane, at all.
So for it to come to July committee, the officer reports are due this week, so having it for July committee wouldn't be possible. It would more than likely be August, if not September.
Nature of the beast, I'm afraid, with, doing these sort of things. Councillor Carling.
Just trying to think of a solution. If we deferred the application, could the applicant then sort of take our comments on board and try to sort of look at some alternative scheme, and then we can determine it next time? Perhaps this can be withdrawn, even if the applicant comes up with an alternative. Would that be a reasonable workaround?
I'm going to ask Jane to answer that.
So at the moment, the description of the development is for the removal of condition 3. So if they did withdraw it, they'd have to come in, but it'd still be up to the 21-day consultation as well. So it'd still be statutory to that. I think, I apologise, Keith had a question.
Keith, do you want to speak?
Yeah, I fear I'm going to make matters slightly worse for you, perhaps. In terms of the application of the policy, you can apply a material consideration of hardship, special circumstances, which would enable you to grant the permission if you were so minded. I think what the case officer has said is that he has tried to get from the agent alternative means other than the sedum roof, but nothing has really been forthcoming. But I feel that I should just mention the consideration of hardship and special circumstances is one that you have got open to you if you wish to approve this application today.
Thank you very much, Keith. That's very useful. So, committee, I think that what we've got here is the potential to go against the officer recommendation and allow a flat roof to be built, which would, they're not flat, by the way, it'll be about 5 degrees or something like that, pitch. Or we can have a bureaucratic process that will take a couple of months and then potentially approve a flat roof, which will not be flat, which will be about 10 degrees. So it really isn't going to make much difference in the end. This is a special case. Seems like the best fix. It's not always the neatest way of doing things, but the best fix would be to go against the officer recommendation and allow for it not to be a green roof. Councillor Devine.
Yes, and I would go with that.
Councillor Carling.
If we're minded to do that, could I ask officers to look at some, and I know we're saying we don't know if this is possible, but would it be possible to look at, once the ownership change of the house, then looking at, no, okay, heads are shaking.
No, sorry, that's not within...
Right, fine, thought I'd ask, not to worry.
Okay, you haven't spoken, Councillor Thornborough, but...
Has the officer, did you get any feedback from the applicant about a 10 degrees pitch? Was there a reason, did they actually give a reason why they didn't go forward with a 10 degrees pitch?
The reason stated was because of the increased costs associated with a pitched roof, but no evidence has been supplied of this. As officers, we are not trained on building costs, so we can't comment on it. The £10,000 figure mentioned by Councillor Anna Smith earlier today has not been mentioned to me before, but it was the cost affiliated with a pitch roof versus a standardised flat roof, which has concerned the applicant's ability to be able to pay to construct the outbuilding which they do sorely need.
My take on that, councillor, is that that would be the cost for a standard pitched roof, not for a flat roof with a slightly steeper pitch, you know, like a tile roof or something. That seems to make sense to me. But I think we are where we are. So I've made a proposal to the committee that we go against the officer recommendation. So I think that's probably going to be the way to go, and let them build the flat roof. So any more debate? Nope. Okay, let's have a vote on the recommendation then. So you want to read the recommendation out, please, Jane?
Recommendation as per paragraph 11 is for refusal. Thank you, Chair.
So all those in favour of that recommendation? All those against?
0, Chair.
Sorry.
3, Chair.
Abstentions?
1 abstention.
So that means that we refuse to accept the officer's recommendation of refusal. You have to vote again now too. Checking the protocol a minute. That's it, then we're done. So we refuse to accept the officer's recommendation of refusal, so the applicant can get on with the job. I think. Councillor Corling, yeah?
Sorry, Chair, do we need to give reasons for that? Because we've gone against the recommendation?
Yeah, possibly, actually. I think reasons for refusal. It's an unusual case because normally the officer's recommendation is approval and we refuse it. So just working it. But yes, you're possibly right. I think the reason would be that we make an exceptional case. So any other thoughts on reasons? Yes, Councillor
I
Corling?
mean, I might just suggest that we use the material consideration of hardship as has been suggested by the legal officer. I would suggest that that be turned into a reason for refusal, a reason for going against the recommendation.
And I agree.
It's late in the afternoon, isn't it? Councillor Levine, yeah?
No, I disagree.
Okay, so I think the officer's got all of that. I don't think we need to read that all back to us, do we really? Are we okay to let the officer write a form of words on that? Or should we go through the form of words? I think the applicant's going to be happy, so no, there aren't any objectors speaking, so I think we're okay with that. It's unusual. Normally we'd read the words back and all of that, but time's getting on, you know. So let's move on. Next item. Do you want a break first before we go to the next item, people? You okay to keep going? Okay, right. So item 13 then, Cherry Hinton Road. So Phoebe, she's online. Hello, Phoebe. Good afternoon.
Hello. Afternoon.
Hello. So we've got an objector, Maura Borden, and the applicant, Emma Penson. So I presume they're both online, are they? Or we've got... Oh, hello. Hi, you're here. Okay. Yeah. Right. So we'll have the presentation first. So when you're ready then, Phoebe, please.
Thank you, Chair. Can you see my screen?
Thanks.
Thank you. So the application has come forward for a change of use of an existing garage to a laundry facility and associated storeroom, together with minor external changes to the unit. Officers just want to note that the wording of condition 6 has been recommended to be altered to change to include the use class of the proposal. So I've just put the existing wording of the condition up and the proposed wording. So you'll just note that we've just altered it. So instead of the use hereby permitted, just to the laundry use class sui generis hereby permitted. Shall be carried out on only so long as the residential house of multiple occupation property at 34 Cherry Hinton Road is occupied and owned by St Andrew's College. We also want to note that, as set out in the amendment sheet, we are removing condition 7, which is the biodiversity net gain condition, due to the building being for a change of use with no external alterations other than the door of the building. So just to set the context of the site, the application is cited here. So this is the existing garage, which is set to the rear, to the south of 34 Cherry Hinton Road, which fronts onto Cherry Hinton Road. The site is accessed on a shared private access track between number 36 and 34 here of Cherry Hinton Road, which is an 11-bedroom HMO, which is owned by the applicant. The access provides, this access track here provides access to 34A Cherry Hinton Road, and also the rear gardens of both Cherry Hinton Road and Rathmore Road. There is a gate which actually can be seen here on here. There's a gate, a metal gate here, which can be shut and often is shut, I think, once a year to allow access to keep the road private beyond. So this is the existing site plan. So here is the existing house of multiple occupation with the bin, bike and rear amenity area. These are the existing boundary treatments of the HMO, and to here is the existing garage area with a car parking space. So the proposed alteration, there's no alteration to the scale of the building, but there is here an additional car parking space for the laundry delivery service. So these are the existing elevations. So here we have the existing garage door. The existing garage isn't functional due to the existing layout. This door faces onto the rear of the HMO, and therefore it's not accessible by cars. So the alterations to the front would be to change this door here into a patio door with a ventilation extract as well. The internal floor layout isn't being altered. This wall is an existing wall in the garage. And here you can see that there are 2 dryers and 2 washing machines proposed, and then a storeroom adjacent to it. So whilst it is located within a predominantly residential area, as you saw on the location plan and site block plan, the use is going to be limited to St Andrews College, which is the owner of number 34 Cherry Hinton Road. St Andrews College is an independent sixth form college for boarding and day students, and the applicant has approximately 7 boarding houses with 123 student bed spaces. It's therefore not proposed as a commercial laundrette for members of the public, but purely in relation to the laundry of the existing boarding houses. The Council's environmental health officers have assessed the application. Additional information was submitted by the agent in support of the application regarding to the proposed machines, and also with details of the acoustic plasterboarding for noise mitigation. Given this additional information, it was considered that the proposal adequately respects the residential amenity of its neighbours by the environmental health officers. A management plan has been conditioned as part of the application, which states that no alternate parking is to be provided and that deliveries would be approximately 3 times a week. The Local Highways Authority have reviewed this, and given that the low level of single vehicle movements, it's not likely to generate any harm to the public highway. No cycle parking has been provided as part of the application, and this would be conditioned as part of the conditions. So we have noted the comments from the neighbouring properties. However, Environmental Health Officer considering the conditions attached that the information is sufficient to minimise the noise transmission and extraction of the machines to the adjacent properties. The proposal will be limited to the use of St Andrews College in accordance with the management plan submitted, and the delivery and hours of use limited by the management plan and condition for the neighbour amenity issues. Therefore, officers are recommending approval subject to condition. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Phoebe. So first speaker is Laura, I believe, if you're here. Yep. You want to sit at the back? Sorry? Yes, well, we did have Roger as well, but Roger isn't speaking. Yeah. Okay. So if you want to turn your microphone on, then that's it. Well done. You get
Right.
3 minutes to speak, and then a bell will go half a minute before the end to let you know you're coming to the end.
Thank you for this opportunity to express the concerns of residents affected by this application. The access lane to the existing garage and proposed laundry is only 3 metres wide and runs between numbers 34 and 36 Cherry Hinton Road. It is not wide enough for vans to turn around and exit the way they enter the lane. The applicant's maintenance vans currently use the garage forecourt of number 36 for this purpose. It is a private lane, not a public driveway, as mentioned in the application, serving residential houses in both Cherry Hinton Road, numbers 34 to 54, and Rathmore Road, numbers 13 to 31. It is maintained by a residents' association and its private status is preserved by an annual one-day closure. It is intended only for the use of residents and their visitors, which includes the residential institution at number 34, Cherry Hinton Road. Regarding planning categories, the applicant's residential institution is planning category C2, but the proposed garage conversion to a laundry would be category E, light industry. The planning application does not refer to this change of use. A laundry serving 6 additional external residential institutions constitutes commercial use, which is not residential, as is the surrounding area. The nearest dwelling, 34A, is only 1 metre away from the proposed laundry. They and number 32 Cherry Hinton Road are both next door to it and are concerned about increased noise, pollution, traffic and fire risk. Also, the issue of vibrations has not been addressed. A final point, if approved, what conditions will be put in place to ensure that, as stated in the application, the laundry will only be used Monday to Friday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. and have no more than 3 deliveries per week? Thank you.
Thank you, Maura. So if you turn your microphone off, and please do stay for the debate if you'd like to. So the second speaker is the applicant's representative. So Emma Henson, you're online, I think, Emma.
Hi,
Hello.
yes.
Yeah, good afternoon. So you get 3 minutes to speak, Emma. Half a minute before the end, the bell will go to let you know you're coming to the end. So when you're ready, Emma.
Thank you. St Andrews College is a co-educational independent sixth form college based in Cambridge, providing boarding for approximately 123 students across 7 boarding houses. One of the boarding houses is at 34 Cherry Hinton Road. Currently, the college does not have a centralised location to undertake the washing of bed linen for each of its boarding houses. The washing has to be undertaken by house parents, taking them away from their duties of looking after the students and ensuring their well-being. To free up the house parents at each boarding house, they instead require a single centralised location where all of the bed linen can be washed. This is more efficient and also more environmentally friendly than running multiple machines. At the rear of the college's property at 34 Cherry Hinton Road is a garage owned by the college that's not in use. They propose to utilise this building as a laundry for the washing of all the college's bed linen. It will only be used by the college for this purpose, and minimal works are required to facilitate this conversion. The converted building will be used during the day between 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. on weekdays only, with approximately 3 laundry deliveries per week. The deliveries will be made by the college's existing transit van. This vehicle is already occasionally parked at the property. The van will be parked in the designated parking space on the college's land by the building, thereby causing no access issues to the lane. 1 person will be working in the building and residential grade machines will be used. There will be 2 washing machines and 2 dryers. Acoustic plasterboards will be installed on the internal elevations of the building to prevent noise transmission. The college's use of the property will be controlled by a management plan. A copy of this management plan was submitted with the application and it will be secured by planning condition. The use of the building will be in connection with the college only, and a condition will be attached to the consent to ensure this. The laundry will not be used for commercial purposes. The level of usage and type of activity taking place at the property is appropriate to take place in a residential area. The Environmental Health Officer has reviewed the proposals and confirmed that they are acceptable. The conditions being imposed by the Council on this permission will ensure that it can only be used for the purpose intended and that there is no detrimental impact on local residents' amenity. The College very much hope that the committee can support this application, which officers have recommended for approval, to enable the College to implement the works and start using the building to support the day-to-day running of the College as soon as possible. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. So you've got to turn your camera off now. You're welcome to listen into the debate. Thanks. Right, councillors. So just to be clear before we start, Phoebe, we've got change of use that was mentioned by the objector that hasn't been referred to, she said, in the application information. And it's for 6, the objector said, although 7 sites the applicant said to use for laundry. And there was also mention of the access pathway, which the objector referred to, but I presume that's a civil matter. And there's also mention of the hours of use, which I'm not clear about at the moment, but I might have missed that. So other stuff? Councillor Carling?
Thank you. Yeah, and I think the level of use which is being proposed is a little bit concerning. I mean, 120 odd beds is going to mean that those washing machines are going on all day long. What I'd like to know is, in terms of the orientation of the site, is it possible for us to condition it such that the washing machines would have to be on the opposite side to where the neighbouring residential property is? Would that be something we can do, just to make sure they're as far away as possible? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Levine?
Well, yeah, that was a good point that I was going to say. The public speaker mentioned the access as belonging to number 36. I know, Councillor Smart, you mentioned that as well, but that seems to me to be a major concern. If the access belongs to another property, that's going to be a huge problem, is it not?
Thornborough?
The report refers to bin and bike stores associated with the property. I'm trying to find it on the drawings, and I can't, because on the bin and bike stores it suggests a green roof. Am I looking at the right scheme? Wrong report open. 1 minute. Sorry.
Okay, come back in a minute if you need to. Councillor Levine?
Yeah, I'll just add while Katie, while Councillor Thornborough is finding that. I don't know who lives at 34A. It's presumably someone that's not associated with this. Okay, it's awfully close to 34A, and although it does say in here that the officers consider the proposal acceptable and the noise impact has been assessed as okay, but that seems to me, that's awfully close, and there will be a considerable amount of noise, I would have thought, coming out of this building. Councillor Carling made rather a good point. Move the machines to the other side of the building at the very least, but I'd certainly be concerned if I lived at 34A myself.
Councillor Thornborough, you want to say something now?
So I found it now. It's condition 8 refers to a bin and bike stores associated with the proposed development, and that they should have a green roof. And is that still going to have a green? Can you explain where that is and that it should have a green roof? And again, with regard to the previous application, can we not have with this change of use, can we not have a green roof? Because I think in our policy regarding flat roofs, it includes change of use of existing flat roofs. If it can have a green roof, then let's have it.
Well, thanks. So Phoebe, back to you.
Thank you, Chair. So in regards, I'll just go through them in order, the change of use. So the existing garage falls within the curtilage of 34 Cherry Hinton Road. 34 Cherry Hinton Road is a sui generis use class due to the size of it, due to the number of bedrooms. and a laundrette is also sui generis use class. So it's changing the use. It's changing the use from a sui generis to a sui generis laundrette use, which has been covered in both the description and within the officer reports description of the proposal of works and also the assessment of the application. In regards to the number of sites, from the information provided by the agent in the management plan, there are 7 boarding houses, and Cherry Hinton, 34 Cherry Hinton Road is one of the 7 boarding houses. In regards to the access, so the 34 Cherry Hinton Road has a right of access over down the shared private driveway to the existing garage. So they use this existing access, and obviously there was a garage linked to the property, so they have a right of way over it. The ownership of the land is not changing, and therefore there is going to be no more or movement essentially than their existing maintenance vehicle visiting the site. So they have a right of way and an access over the site to the existing garage building. In regards to internal layout of where the machines are, this isn't something that we can condition. Essentially, internal layout can be changed following approval, and we can't condition where the machines are proposed internally. In regards to the green roof on the existing building, this isn't something that we can request for a change of use application. There are further issues with this regards to whether the foundations of the existing garage would be able to support a green roof, as well as the sort of pitch of the flat roof. So I don't think this is something that we could reasonably request in this circumstance. The bike stores that we conditioned, essentially we have stated that at the current time there are no bikes proposed, and therefore the condition is for a bike store to be added to the property for any workers who are cycling to the site. I think that covered all of the question. Oh, hours of use. Hours of use are put under condition 3. So condition 3 states that the operational hours of the laundry unit shall be the following hours: 0800 hours to 1700 hours Monday to Friday, and at no time on weekends or bank holidays. I think that covers all of the questions.
That's good, Phoebe, except condition 3 says Sundays, doesn't it, not weekends, so that got changed, because it should say Saturdays and Sundays, or probably that would be more accurate than saying weekends, wouldn't it, do you think? Because at the moment it just says Monday to Friday and at no time on Sundays, bank holidays, public holidays, yeah. Okay, can we change that, Phoebe?
Yes, that can be amended.
Councillor Corlin?
Thanks. To return to the access problem, I think the concern is not with the applicant going up to the garage. If I understood the objector correctly, is that they then go further in order to turn around. And so then they would be going onto land that, as I understand it, they don't actually have access to. So the access problem isn't resolved by them being able to go up to the garage. That's not the problem. The problem is they can't turn round, so they've got to go up further. So I'd be interested to hear a bit more about whether that's then acceptable, whether that causes problems. And then returning to that condition about the hours of operation, I was just wondering what the logic is behind being able to start at 8 o'clock in the morning. That, just from looking at it, that seems a little bit early to me. Maybe there's a legal reason for that, which I'm not aware of, but it'd be useful to hear that. Thanks.
Councillor Thornborough?
It's just, again, condition 8. If there are no bin and bike stores here now, this is a condition about a future structure that might come in. I don't understand. It's not actually on, it's not We don't have a bin and bike store on the scheme, so why are we conditioning one? It's got to be in front of us, doesn't it?
Phoebe?
We don't need to have the details of the bin and bike store at this time. Officers consider it acceptable to approve it under a condition, so they'll just submit us the plans of the bin and bike store proposed on site, and officers will assess it. And in regards to, I'm just bringing up, so this is the proposed parking space. So there is sufficient space to turn within the area that is within the ownership or within the access of it. And this is the edge of the site here, and there is a gate on this boundary which is shut. So officers consider that there is sufficient turning space for a transit van or a car parking or car associated with the property to turn within the area of the site and within the area of land within the ownership and access rights of the property.
Thanks, Phoebe.
In regards to hours of use, 8 a.m. is a fairly standard operational time. I mean, it could be altered to 9 a.m.
Yeah, 8 seems right to me. Any other comment, councillors, on 8 a.m. as a start time? Will be anyone, Councillor Carlin? We can have a vote on it though if you'd like to propose a change.
I think it would be better in terms of residential amenity if we were to propose that it should be changed to not be able to start until 9 a.m. in the morning. So yes, actually, I would like to propose that.
Okay, let's do a vote then. So, subject to it being approved anyway, the proposal is to change the start time from 9 a.m. to...
From 8 to 9 a.m., not from 9 a.m. onwards.
Yeah, sorry, I was just going to say to have it from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. each day, Monday to Friday. So all those in favour of that change?
3 chair, 1 against.
Okay, so that's carried then. So the addition 3 will now read from 900 hours to 1700 hours, Monday to Friday, etc. Councillor Levine, did you want to say something?
Well, just an extra point about the access, actually, if I may, Chair. I just wanted to ask whether you are absolutely sure that there are no conditions or covenants on the right of access. Clearly, for access for a resident, there's a right of way, but this is becoming more like commercial traffic. It could be that somebody, some bright spark, some lawyer says, hang on a minute, that sort of traffic is not allowed. So it would be a good idea to make sure that all forms of traffic are allowed on that access. It could put the kibosh on the whole thing.
Well, it's an interesting point for 2 things. Firstly, we always say in planning committee, this is a civil matter, so we don't make a decision on that. It's up to other people. But the bigger point is that, yes, it might be a significant change in traffic and use of that access and all of that. And I don't know if, Phoebe, if you have any comment on that. You've sort of already referred to it, really, I think, haven't you? But anything you want to add to that?
So the proposal is to deliver the laundry and to collect and deliver the laundry via a transit van, which is already used for maintenance across all the properties. So the access, the vehicle being used isn't differing from the vehicle that already is used for maintenance of the site. In regards to if this breaks covenants over right of access, that would be a civil issue.
Any more? Councillor Carlin.
Thank you. I guess this isn't material. It's more just I've understood that we can't sort of ask the applicant, well, we can't require the applicant to position the dryers and washers in a certain place within the building. But I might just and the applicant, I think, is still on the call, and I might just encourage that if that is at all possible, if assuming we are managed to grant permission, which we may not be, I think if the applicant could take on board our concerns about that and position them on the other side, if possible, I think that would be very much appreciated, would probably avoid future issues all round, to be honest. So I just want to get that out there so the applicant hears that.
I mean, in terms of other side, I'm not quite sure because the back, at the moment the machines are located to the left as you look at the plan, but the adjacent building is on the back, isn't it? So you'd have to move them by 90 degrees, not 180 degrees, and I'm not quite sure if it would make much difference anyway in terms of noise and stuff because it's an enclosed wall with no windows and it's a separate structural entity to the adjacent building with a gap in between. But I take your point. I mean, it's been said and it's been noted, so the applicant can take that. Unless you wanted to do an informative or anything, but so we can't really, even informative would be tricky really for something we don't have authority over. So, Councillor Thornborough.
It does seem a bit odd that we're just, for the acoustic condition, we're not referring to a noise standard. And we're talking about a product which is to be fitted on the walls and the ceilings, and it's all dependent on the actual detailing and whether it's sealed properly and things like that. So it's just but I don't know, we're making a mountain out of a molehill. But normally we would, even when you put in an acoustic air handling unit, it's not, you don't say, oh, you're going to have to put it on washers or do this with a partition. You just use a noise standard. And it just seems odd we're not using a noise standard rather than referring to acoustic plasterboard.
Yeah, it's a fair point, isn't it? So, Phoebe, there's nothing we need to refer to in terms of washing machines and dryers, and in terms of, like, when we talk about air conditioning plant or air source heat pumps and that sort of thing, we often talk about standards of noise that are acceptable, but not for washing and drying.
This is the information that the environmental health officers have assessed and have conditioned. So this is the wording of the environmental health officers condition. In regard to noise, they are residential standard machines. So I'm not really sure what acoustic noise assessments are provided with residential machines instead of laundrette standard machines. In regard to noise implications, they are what we could put in our home. So, I mean, that's sort of a standard to sort of work off of as to the noise implications of the machines. But we've just been given this information by our environmental health officers who have reviewed it.
So your answer, Councillor Thornborough, I think you knew that already. Yes.
Yeah, it's just, again, they may start with domestic washing machines and dryers, but there's nothing to stop them if they're going, if they're serving all of the buildings, not just this one building, then they may actually need a higher capacity washing machines, and they may become commercial washing machines. It sounds like there's nothing to stop them, and if that's more efficient, then it's not. They wouldn't have to come back and ask for planning consent. So I do think that I support the scheme, but I think the potential noise should be dealt with in by putting in a proper acoustic condition, and I would like that to be dealt with by the environmental officers.
It's a fair point, and I suppose the thing is this what are they called, St Andrews could amalgamate with another setup and be an even bigger outfit, and then want to do it even more. But I suppose the thing is, it becomes a planning compliance matter then, doesn't it? And objectors and residents could bring that up as a problem, and then we could enforce potentially any noise issues. But Shane, you want to comment?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So condition 5 refers to the specific type of dryers and washing machines that are going to be used. So if they deviate from that, then they'll need to come in for a section 73 to vary that condition to change the type of dryers and washing machines. And these are the ones that our environmental health officers have had sight of, and they're the ones that referred that condition.
Notice that, that's fair enough, yeah. Go on then, yep.
I do feel, you know, that eventually these models are not going to be available. And it seems like we're tying the hands of the applicants by I know that they put these forward, and we're not, if it was just a domestic, if they just had washing machines in there and they were just using it for the house that's there, then they wouldn't be asking for consent. But this is a change of use, and this is a laundry. It's not a washroom associated with the house. And I think I don't have any objections to this, but I do think the acoustic policy should be more robust and I don't think it's my personal opinion. I think we're tying their hands to using these machines and coming back when they want to change the machines. Yeah, that's what I think.
It would be better, I think, you're right, Councillor, to have a decibel level, not a machine specification. But, in fact, I've just Googled the meal one, and it comes out with refrigeration, not actually a washer dryers. I don't understand that, but is it a planning matter? I'm not sure. Councillor Carling.
Well, I feel like it must be a planning matter in terms of it's a condition for acoustics that we can bring in. Could I suggest that this one be referred to Chair and Spokes to look at a specific decibel level that would be appropriate in collaboration with environmental health? Would that be a useful way forward here?
Idea. Jane, what do you think?
Yes, we could, if you don't mind, if we can refer to our environmental health colleagues and they can let us know the decibels that will be allowed.
I mean, I think from what councillors have said, that seems to be a real concern, probably for the objectors too. And obviously, I mean, I think they normally operate about 60 decibels-ish, right there around about. But if we have an actual number that we can specify, yes, Councillor Colling.
Well, that's just made me think, well, do we want to specify a decibel level inside the building or probably outside the building is more appropriate? So
leave it up to officers to tell us.
Okay, yeah. But yeah, I think it would be helpful perhaps if we look at an outside appropriate decibel level, but that's more of a suggestion to the officers when they look at this, if assuming, of course, we take this way forward.
So, Jane, does that mean that we're going to make a decision on this item subject to that coming to Chair, Vice Chair and Spokes then? Is that the way that we're going to do it, you think, as opposed to deferring it?
If you're happy with that, if we can alter condition 5 to change that condition to include the acoustics in there.
Yeah, I think that seems more sensible, doesn't it? I think you're right to say we should be referring to model numbers. That's not going to work, is it? Really silly. So let's do that then. So, councillors, if you're prepared to vote on this item on the basis that we'll come forward with a sensible maximum noise level for the facility, and that will be a conditioned, and then if that is exceeded, then it'll be a planning compliance matter. So we'll have at least a fixed number. Okay, good. Right, in that case, we'll go to the recommendation then, please, when you're ready, Jane.
The recommendation as per paragraph 9.1 is for approval subject to conditions. And we have the following alterations to conditions, which is the removal of condition 7, the change to condition 6 as per the case officer slide, the change of condition 3 to include weekends and change to 9 AM to 5 PM, and then the variation of condition 5 to include decibel levels, subject to coming back to yourself and Spokes. Thank you.
And Vice Chair. Okay, great, thanks. So the recommendation is one of approval. All those in favour of that recommendation?
Unanimous, Chair. Forward, Chair.
Okay, thank you. So the item is approved. So thank you everyone for that. That was the last item of the day. We've finished planning items now. Just to say though that we've got a new compliance officer at the council now, Chris Spraybook, and he's online with us today. So Chris, welcome. And might I just say hello to everyone? So nice to meet you. Just tell us what you do and everything.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. I'm I'm the Principal Planning Compliance Manager, so I manage the compliance team along with Toby Williams. My role is to oversee the day-to-day function of the compliance team and the enforcement actions and the cases that we deal with. Just to give everyone a bit of background as to where I've come from, I was previously at North Hertfordshire District Council as the compliance manager there, and I was there for just shy of 15 years. And prior to that, I was at Uttlesford. So that's a little bit about me.
Great. Well, thanks, Chris, and nice to meet you, and welcome and everything. And we need you here, so good, we've got you. Do any councillors want to say anything at all to Chris? Oh, yes, Councillor Thornbrook.
Yeah, welcome, Chris. Will you be able to join us at the end of future committees to update us on compliant issues?
That is something that I'm going to have a conversation with Toby about, and it's something that